between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series brings us just to the west of Northampton and the Whilton Mill circuit. 3 of our classes having to navigate 1,120 metres of this Whilton Mill circuit, 8 corners and plenty of opportunities for action here. The drivers have headed from Clay Pigeon, they've come north and slightly east, and they'll all be looking to get their championship challenge, either keep them at the front end of the championship or certainly make up some of the deficit from round 1. We're here, as we said, in Daventry, a circuit which promotes some very smooth driving, it has to be said, on a fairly coarse surface here at Whilton. Lots of, certainly a different range of corners, from the top end of the circuit at Christmas Corner, where you're likely to see the majority of the overtaking today, to the more complex sections of the Boot and Pitts Corner, which sets them up for another lap of this Whilton Mill circuit. We headed out onto the circuit this morning to get a look at what the drivers will see and feel out there today. Welcome to Whilton Mill here in Northampton for round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Whilton Mill, just over 1,000 metres of racetrack here, and a technical one as well. Lots of undulating corners, lots of contours for the drivers to consider and find their way around. Let's go and have a look at the circuit. So the drivers take the long start-finish straight down into turn 1. It's a good 100 metres or so by the time they arrive onto this little chicane. You'll see a lot of drivers take the inside curb, where you can see the rubber here as the drivers have cut across to try and get the optimum line into the second part of this chicane at the start of the lap here at Whilton Mill. Don't expect loads of overtaking in here. There'll be a little bit on the first lap or so, but this isn't a really hard braking zone for the drivers. They'll carry as much speed as they possibly can through this first part of the turn to try and carry as much momentum as they can through the second section and up the hill. The exit of turn 1 at Crook is wide, really wide. You can see here we're on the external part of the circuit, and drivers will use all of this, if they possibly can do, to get themselves the best possible run. This is where the circuit starts to climb, starts to go right up to the top of the top end of the circuit, up the hill here into one of the best overtaking opportunities. So watch for the drivers here. Also watch for the officials, because they will be on the drivers in terms of track limits. You see in Formula 1 at the moment, the track limit is the white line. So drivers that take themselves over the track limit, certainly with all 4 wheels, could in essence incur a penalty. So just watch that as well. So drivers trying to play a little bit of cat and mouse here, trying to get the best line. You can see from the rubber on the circuit the line that the drivers want to take, which is probably around about here, as they get the best line up towards the top of the hill there. But drivers have to be a little bit careful, and they have to take a little bit of speed off to make sure that they do catch that inside curb and probably end up just around about here on the exit of turn 1.
And the turn 2, and probably the best overtaking opportunity around this Whilton Mill circuit. The fact that it is uphill means that you can brake a little bit later. The law of gravity means that you can brake a little bit later, use a bit of the slope to slow you down, but it does mean you can dive to the inside after getting a long slipstream up this back straight here at Whilton Mill. The corner is tight and it tightens as you go into it. If you can find a way onto the inside apex and down the inside, you really avoid your opponent getting back at you, because the next corner comes up so quickly, the little left kink into the right-hander, which drops back down the hill. So this is really the one overtaking opportunity that's quite safe. Once you make the move here, it's very difficult for a driver to find their way back past on the counter-attack, really until you've dropped down the hill and into the stadium section of the lap here at Whilton. And here at the top of the circuit, it's all about just holding on. It's about momentum. It's about not making mistakes with these little flat out corners. The little left that we've just come through is flat. This looks a little bit tighter, but it's not really, certainly for the DRS 62s. The DRS 100s certainly absolutely flat out through here. You'll see them take the inside curb. And this is the point in which the circuit starts to slope away. So we've spent the first quarter, third of the lap going uphill, which means that we can brake a little bit later, we can be a little bit braver. Now all the circuit wants to come away from us, it wants to come down the hill, becomes a little bit more treacherous, certainly as the heavens have just opened as well. So expect the tyre choice to be very prevalent today so far, certainly if this weather stays as it is now. And this sort of corner in the wet becomes so much more difficult. You can almost feel it underfoot. It's very slippy because when rubber gets wet, it becomes very, very slippery indeed. So drivers have to be careful here. This is one of those corners where it can catch you out very quickly, and all of a sudden you end up on the curb, on the grass, and in even more trouble. So expect, as the circuit starts to slope away, drivers to be a little bit more careful. Not really an overtaking opportunity here. Certainly turns 3, 4 and 5, probably more about just keeping that momentum going for the lap.
So the first of our qualifying sessions already on circuit and already well into their timed qualifying session. Each of our drivers will undertake an 8-minute plus 1 lap session. And that will give them not only championship points, but it'll also give them a starting position on the grid for the first heats. So the first heats for the DRS 100s who are on circuit now will be just around about 25 past 12 this afternoon. I'll talk you through the full schedule for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill a little bit later on. But at the moment we're watching Kai Newman, who is the fastest of the Group A drivers for DRS 100. Remember, those of you who watched the first round at Clay Pigeon will know that we've got such a well-subscribed group of DRS 100 drivers that we split them into 2 categories. We split them into an A and a B group, and they all come together. They don't actually come together until the main grand final later on this afternoon. So they are in their group for qualifying, they're in their group for the heat and the pre-final, before we get them all together for the main final. And of this Group A, we have the likes of Tristan Powell, who's just gone fastest, the 154, Kai Newman, Ethan Critchley, drivers who performed particularly well as well at Clay Pigeon, likes of Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Liam Karbalov, Aaron Mensah, Archie Potter, James Kochalek as well. At the moment, 47.261 is the fastest lap of the session so far. We've still got around about 5 minutes of this session to go. And Tristan Powell is who is fastest. The drivers who've been out since the start of the session, remember the drivers don't actually have to go out immediately. They could wait a little bit, put a little bit less load into the tyres. But at the moment it's Tristan Powell with a 47.261, only 900ths of a second faster than Kai Newman. Ethan Critchley is third fastest, and Eldon Holland has just moved up into 7th place. That's an improvement of 3 places for him. And James Kochalek as well has moved up 6 places into 9th. Aaron Mensah, 5th fastest at the moment. He's just gone through with a 47.416. So Powell, Newman, Walmsley, Jones and Ethan Critchley and Aaron Mensah, they're the top 5 at the moment. Liam Karbeloff 6th fastest, Daniel Weir 7th fastest, and Eldon Holland has just gone through to complete another lap but doesn't improve just yet. James Kotchelek 9th fastest, then George Jennings. And the interesting thing with the split groups for DRS 100 is we can start to compare some lap times as well, so we would have an indication of where the drivers are in relation to each other. And Weir goes 2nd fastest now. So Daniel Weir 2nd fastest, up 5 places, the number 9. 47.030. The only driver to duck below the 47-second barrier is Tristan Powell. 46.909 last time. So they are going quicker with every lap. It's a little bit overcast here. We've got some blue skies above, but some quite heavy cloud as well. I don't think there's any expectation of rain here today. And they are going slightly quicker as the tyres come to temperature. They get a little bit more used to the current conditions of this racetrack. And sometimes it helps when they're on the chase as well. I'm just looking at Daniel Weir now as he just goes past our commentary position here at start-finish. He's just trying to chase down the 150 of James Kotchelek, just trying to get a tour, trying to get a drag around this Whilton Mill circuit. So the other thing to be aware of, we spoke about it in the track walk this morning, is the track limits here at Whilton Mill. There's a couple of really key areas of this circuit where track limits really come into play. A couple of run-offs, and we'll see some of those as we follow a few of the drivers around this qualifying session, which has just got around about 2 minutes left to go. There's one of the track limit areas we just spoke about at the bottom of the circuit, which is the way into the Ashby corner. Christmas corner as well is one of those that you can just have a little bit of a run out onto the white line and over the white line. If you do go over the white line, you do run the risk of a penalty. I fully expect us to see some drivers warned about track limits as we go throughout the day today. Start finish there, the drivers, there's one, the 154, just very close, Tristan Powell, to track limits there as he came over start finish line. He's gone faster again as Tristan Powell, 46.674 last time round. Oscar Walmsley Jones now 2nd fastest, 46.8 for him, 2 tenths behind Tristan Powell. Daniel Weir demoted down to 3rd, Ethan Critchley is 4th, and Kai Newman, Liam Karbeloff, James Kotchelek, Aaron Mensah and Archie Potter take you up to 9th, where Ruby Smith has just demoted George Jennings down to 11th and taken 10th place away. So then we're down to 40 seconds or so. So for a lot of these drivers, this will be the final lap for them, the final opportunity. Let's see who's gone quick in the first couple of sectors, who's improved. So we're just getting towards the who's going to cross the line, who's going to get themselves another lap here. So the drivers all crossing the start finish line now have another lap. There's Daniel Weir, currently 3rd fastest, as Aaron Mensah goes up into 6th place with a 47.179 for him. Only actually 2 drivers who are under the 47-second barrier. That's Tristan Powell and Oscar Walmsley Jones. Kotchelek up to 5th. Now then, we are on the final lap for these drivers. So Potter goes no faster in 9th. Ben Thornley's up into 14th. Daniel Weir has crossed the line. No better from him. No better from Ethan Critchley either. But Kotchelek has taken 2 places and moves up into 5th. Aaron Mensah up 1 place to 7th. Newman is between them in 6th. We're still waiting for Walmsley Jones. We're still waiting for Tristan Powell, who just crosses the line now. Doesn't go any faster though. So Oscar Walmsley Jones is the only one who's going to be able to make a dent here. Here he comes. Does he go faster? No. He does his personal best at 46.823, but that's not fast enough to take away the fastest lap of the session for Tristan Powell. A 46.6 46.74. Now keep an eye on that lap time. Remember that one, because we'll be able to compare that to the drivers in Group B. So 46.674 is the benchmark time. So Powell, Walmsley, Jones, Weir, Critchley, Koscielek, Newman, Mensah, Karbeloff, Potter and Ruby Smith are the top 10. Then George Jennings was 11th fastest. Archie Cole and Eldon Hollam, who showed quite good pace early on, but Eldon is down in 13th. Ben Thorley 14th, Isaac Kite in 15th, and Joe Wood, who only completed 3 laps of the qualifying session, came home in 16th place. So that's the first of the groups. Just in terms of our schedule as well, the second qualifying session for the DRS 100. So Group B expected off just around about 25 past the hour. As we see the number 64 just go out onto circuit. I think that's just to get some warm-up laps in. I think that's just because they do the laps in the amount of warm-up laps on a race day morning. And we see the Parc Fermé entry for the DRS 100 Group A's. They'll all go in, they'll all be weighed, they'll all make sure that they meet the regulatory requirements of scrutineering, which is where they are now, and then they'll start that debrief, they'll start that check on how that session has gone to them. They'll also have a really good eye on the DRS 100 Group B's, who are all sat on the dummy grid at the moment, just waiting to be given the nod for their qualifying session. And that qualifying around about 6 or 7 minutes time. And we'll be back in a few moments with a DRS 100's Group B time qualifying session.
shallow diving.
So our second of the two DRS 100 classes just about to get underway with their qualifying session. Just a reminder that you can join us, if you're not already, you can join us on both Facebook on the live stream with Daniel Ricciardo Series Facebook page, or on the Daniel Ricciardo Series channel on YouTube, where we'll be streaming all of the live action here today from round 2 of the DRS series at Whilton Mill. You can get involved in there as well with support for your favourite drivers. As we said, next out on circuit is the DRS 100s Group B. Got some very handy drivers in Group B, it has to be said. We've got the likes of Freddie Cox, the DRS plate. We've got Maximilian Salarski, who was the standout performer at Clay Pigeon just 3 weeks ago. Henry Foot, Sherry-Ann Powell, Bryn Calder, Charlie Bradford. It's a high Daniela Sutton. I could go through them all. Jamie Scott. We've got a real high bar in this Group B. Two groups which are randomly generated before the drivers arrive here at Whilton Mill. And the countdown clock has started now. This is the interesting point. So there you go, you've got 3 or 4 drivers that are just thinking, right, I'll just sort of stay here. I don't need to make a move just yet. One of them is Maximilian Salarski. So we'll get an indication of who the early pace setters are here. But bear in mind, we've got a couple that have just decided that it's not for them just now. And they've got the full 10 minutes to decide. The only thing they can't do, these drivers, is they can't decide to come out of the pits and then return to the pits and come out again. They're not allowed to do that. So once you're out there, you are out there, and you are doing your laps to get the best possible time, to get yourself the best possible grid position. And of course, championship points to go with it as well. So first drivers have just broken the timing beam in the last few seconds. Sam Halley-Hinksman has done the fastest lap so far. Don't read anything into that. It's basically an out lap, just a lap to familiarise themselves with the circuit, to warm up the tyres, the brakes, all the component parts that are going to work for them on these DRS karts. Remember, all the karts, all the engines, all the tyres are standardised. ensures that the focus is very much on driver ability. And once they've completed 3 or 4 laps of this Whilton Mill circuit, we'll start to get an understanding and indication of the drivers that will be battling it out at the top end of this session. We've had a couple of minutes so far. I'm just looking back down the pit lane from our position here, which is bang on the start-finish line at Whilton Mill. I can see that Maximilian Salarski has still not decided it's just his time just yet. What he will have is he will have at least 3 or 4 laps worth of fresher tyres come the end of the day. We've got a technical problem for driver number 6 as well, so a technical problem for Sherry-Ann Powell. Now what's happened here? Let me see if I can have a little look. I can see her just coming round. She's just coming round the left-hander now. So the it's a rear bumper failure, Sam informs me. I'll see her. She just comes through Chapman's and across the back straight. Rear bumper. She hasn't come in. Oh, she might not have seen the flag yet, so she's just going to come round now. There she is. Rear bumper, Sam, are we sure? Unless something's come off it. She's just come past us. The rear bumper looks like it's intact. Yeah. Oh, she's stopped now. Now she's having a little look over her shoulder herself. So maybe she knows what it is. So she's just going through just gone through Christmas Corner. You've just seen her on screen there go through Christmas Corner. So she's completely backed off at the moment. I need to have a better look now. I can see it now. So as she sits in the car, oh, it's right off now. So yes, that is a rear bumper failure. So because that's a technical, I'm looking over at Sam now over here. Because that's a technical, can they fix that and send her back out? No, so her session is finished. So Sherry-Ann Powell then. So what she managed to get on the board, she's managed to put on a 47.1. It's a competitive time. It's not going to trouble the fastest lap here, but it's fairly competitive. And it will probably put her certainly in the top 8, I'd have thought, 8 or 10. But she would have gone faster, and that is unfortunate. I wonder if it was a component failure, or I wonder if they just loosened it off a little bit. They loosen the component parts on these carts sometimes to just try and give them a little bit more grip. If you think if you stiffen everything up, it makes the chassis and the cart in general a lot stiffer, which makes it effectively reduces some of the grip it gets. If you make everything a little bit softer, and a little bit, you unscrew a few things, it means the cart has more flex, which gives you more bite, which means you have more grip. So I wonder if they tried to soften that car and softened it a little bit too much, and it led to a rear bumper failure, because you don't really see an awful lot of those if everything's screwed in as it should be. So just looking now towards the drivers who've made the early inroads here. I'm looking down towards Bryn Calder, who's just coming along the back straight. Second fastest for Bryn Calder at the moment. Fastest driver out there is Charlie Ratford. So the number 8, who was very, very quick in the wet conditions at Clay Pigeon in round 1. Certainly in the qualifying session. Freddie Cox goes 3rd fastest. DRS plate of Freddie Cox, 46.4. Now the interesting point here is we are just over halfway through this session, and the drivers in Group B are already 0.3 of a second. Now that is a big gap, 0.3 of a second quicker than the fastest driver in Group A. So Tristan Powell, 46.674. Compare that to Charlie Radford, 46.304. So at least 0.3 of a second faster is Charlie Radford than Tristan Powell was, who was fastest in Group A. So Radford, Calder, Cox, they're the top 3. Henry Foote is 4th fastest. He's also just about into the 46s, 46.4 for him. Then there's a half a second gap back to Sam Halley-Hinksman and Max Salarski. So keep an eye on Maximilian Salarski. He's only done 2 laps so far. His next lap is probably going to give us a really good indication of how quick he is. You're seeing the run up towards Christmas Corner. It's probably the iconic corner of this Whilton Mill circuit. They climb and climb and climb, turn right and then drop down through a little section of S's. They head down to the Ashby Corner, which is very downhill, very off camber. It's one of those places where track limits becomes a factor for these young drivers. So Ratford it is who is fastest, then Calder. Let's see what Salarski does next time round. Is he going any faster? No, he's a 46.8, so he's done his personal best, but it's not. It's still 6/10 slower than Charlie Ratford is at the moment, and Ratford's gone faster again. 46.287 now. Is going out late in this session. Is that going to impede Maximilian Salarski here? Because you get the feeling that the other drivers are in a bit of a routine here, a bit of a rhythm, and they've gone faster on laps 8 and 9. Well, Maximilian Salarski isn't going to get to lap 8 and 9 here. He's only got 2 minutes of the session left. Have they got that tactically wrong here? Did he need the extra time just to get... Is that just the way the circuit's behaving at the moment, where the fastest lap times are coming towards the end of the session, and he's done 5 laps less? Well, you would think they are, because Ratford's gone faster again. 46.230 for Charlie Ratford, the number 8. He's got himself a clear 10th of a second between himself and Brink Calder. Now, what has Salarski done this time? We're just looking at him coming over start-finish now. Here he goes. He goes... faster, but not fastest. He's gone up to 5th, and Casti Southall is also up 4 places, the 162 into 7th place, the top rookie at the moment. So Salarski 46.6. So Ratford, Calder, Cox, no change there. Henry Foote, Maximilian Salarski, then Sam Halley-Hinksman, then Casti Southall, Ben Hoy, Sherry-Ann Powell. So Sherry-Ann Powell's dropped to 10th now. Maximilian Reid has just gone above Sherry-Ann into 9th. Daniela Sutton is 11th fastest, about a second or so slower than the pace setter. And Jamie Scott, we wouldn't expect to see Jamie Scott down in 13th, but that's where he is at the moment, with Rowan Marsden, Tuscany Groves and Jake Rudrow the remaining runners. And Ratford goes faster again, so he's ticking off fastest laps here pretty much every single time. He's now extended the advantage between himself and Brink Calder to about a 10th and a half. As Reid is up to 9th. How long have we got left now? We're into the last minute. As the drivers stream through, anybody gone faster this time? Henry Foote has gone faster, 46.4 for Henry Foote, goes above Freddie Cox, so moves up into 3rd. 46.4 as well for Salarski, his fastest of the session so far. They've got to find 3/10, haven't they? They've got to find 3/10 of Foote, Cox and Salarski if they want to get on terms with Charlie Ratford, who's been the fastest of the day so far for the DRS 100s. Just looking at the 153 of Jamie Scott go through to complete another lap. 47.6 for him. He's over a second off the pace at the moment, is Jamie Scott. So Foote into 3rd, Cox to 4th, Salarski to 5th. What do we see now? So this is the last lap, so this will be the best we've got. Henry Foote's gone through, no faster. Ben Hoy in 8th, no faster from him either. Anybody got a little bit of a final sting in the tail at this session? Maximilian Reid 9th fastest, he's completed his session. Halley-Hinksman is 6th fastest. Brink Calder goes through, doesn't go any faster. In fact, he's dropped right off the pace, 46.6. So where is Salarski? As we look at the 143 of Daniela Sutton, 11th fastest now. Here come the remainder then. Here is Salarski. Didn't go faster. I think they got that wrong for Maximilian Salarski. The times came at the end of the session. He'd only done 8 laps. You look at the fastest lap for Ratford was done on lap 10. In fact, it was lap 11. So if that's the way that the circuit is behaving, and you look down at the timesheet, fastest lap on lap 11 for Ratford, fastest lap on lap 11 for Henry Foote, fastest lap on lap 10 for Casti Southall, fastest lap on lap 10 for Maximilian Reid. The circuit was coming back towards the drivers. They just didn't give Maximilian Salarski enough time to get out there. I mean, he will have slightly fresher tyres come the end of the day, but they just didn't give him the running to get him up and on terms with Charlie Ratford or Brink Calder or Henry Foote. They were the top 3. Freddie Cox was 4th. Maximilian Salarski finished 5th fastest. Then Halley-Hinksman, Southall, Hoy, Reid and Sherry-Ann Powell, who only completed 4 laps before a rear bumper failure. Now, interestingly, the top 5 here, all faster than the fastest driver in the DRS A group. So if Tristan Powell had been in that session, he would have been 6th fastest. So it gives you an indication that we're probably going to see more pace from Group B, certainly until the grand final when they all come together later on this afternoon. But really an interesting Interesting start to the day then from our DRS 100s. In just a few moments' time, we'll be shifting to our youngest drivers, the 11:45 DRS 62s. They're on the dummy grid at the moment, just preparing themselves to try and put in the best possible lap. I'm sure they will all head out onto circuit and all get as many laps in as they can, because if anything, what Maximilian Salarski has just done is given a good indication to the rest of the field that the circuit is actually coming back towards the drivers in the closing stages, maybe around about lap 9, 10, 11. And Salarski and Cherian Powell only completed 8 and 4 laps respectively last time. So the DRS 62s then on the dummy grid, just about ready to go for their qualifying session, which is scheduled for 11:45, and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time. So some of the DRS 62s just preparing themselves for their 10 minutes of qualifying. Certainly track temperature will be improving as well. We've started to see the first glimpses of sunshine today. I would imagine just as the time ticks round and the temperature increases, gives slightly different challenges to the drivers and the mechanics to get the setup absolutely right for what is a fairly abrasive, fairly bumpy surface here at Whilton Mill. Certainly the section around the boot and pit corner. Remember those two real key areas for track limits as well, so Christmas Corner and Ashby. The start-finish line as well, there's a little bit of a requirement for the drivers to be aware of the track limits. As they cross start-finish line here, they dive to the left and then they go right through Crook and up the longest straight of this Whilton Mill circuit, right up towards Christmas Corner. And then from there, it's pretty much all downhill for the remainder of the lap. So the DRS 62s, the youngest of our drivers here this weekend. And provided us with some high quality, close racing at Clay Pigeon 3 weeks ago. The output of that was that we had our first scores on the board for these drivers who will amass championship points in the qualifying sessions. They'll amass them in the heat, the pre-final and the final, the grand final this afternoon. And each driver will get to drop their worst scores throughout the year, so they'll get to drop one of each if you like. If you look at the championship table for the DRS 62s, Oscar Walsh is the early pace setter, a 9-point advantage over Ewan Scott, and Jack Robinson is a further about 31 points behind him, but with 130 points available for a win in the grand final, there's plenty of opportunity to close in, certainly reduce those gaps between the different rounds. Benjamin Baker 4th in the championship, Matt Johnston 5th in the championship. Just seeing the 1-2-4 of Dorian Malek just come onto the circuit. They're pretty much all out there now, I think. We've just seen Jack Robinson, and the last one to enter the circuit was Harley Drake. But I think, just from looking down from our commentary position, that all of the DRS 62 drivers are on circuit. The first one to put a time in will certainly be Oscar Walsh, because he was the first one out onto circuit with a bit of clean air in front of him as well. So we'll get a decent indication in the first few minutes here. Remember, you can follow all the action today on our YouTube channel, live on our Facebook page as well. We've got people from all around the globe watching the action today. Tom Carnby, who's wishing Tyler Wilson good luck on Facebook, watching from Cyprus this morning. Good luck messages to the likes of Freddie Farrell as well, and Harley Drake, and all the drivers from Lewis Anthony White. You can get involved with us, you can interact with us on all of our media platforms, all of our streams today. And we're now focusing on these young drivers who are trying to get the best possible way around this Whilton Mill circuit. You can Just see the blue sky above Christmas Corner. There's a little breeze. You can just see it from the reeds at the bottom of your screen. Little breeze actually heading up the hill here, so it won't be impeding them as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Be a little bit of a tailwind for them. A contact warning for Jensen Woodhouse, who's the slowest of the drivers so far. They've been involved in some sort of incident. And a track limits warning for driver number 7. So track limits warning off, and a contact warning for 105. So it's all happening out there at the moment. So Ashton Redpath also under the watchful eye of the clerk of the course. The officials here, Redpath 10th fastest at the moment. So Jack Robinson's the early pace setter, 52.089 is his fastest lap. Oscar Walsh second fastest. Bailey Wolf third fastest, the fastest rookie as well. Was very impressive at Clay Pigeon last time. And Nat Johnson and Harley Drake goes 5th up into 5th. Oliver Harrison goes up into 6th. So Robinson, Walsh, Wolf, Johnston, Scott, Drake and Harrison. Then Aston Redpath is now up into 8th. So steady progress being made by Aston Redpath. Second rookie out there at the moment. The rookie drivers are denoted by the black number plate on the Daniel Ricciardo kart. So Robinson at 51.961, his fastest lap of the session so far. 3/10 quicker than Oscar Walsh. And then Harley Drake up into 3rd, so 52.9 for him. That's a second slower than Jack Robinson. And where is our championship leader, Oscar Walsh? So Oscar Walsh at the moment, second fastest. Now, where is he in terms of time? So he's given away about 0.4 of a second to Jack Robinson. Where is Ewan Scott, the number 4? He's 6th fastest at the moment, 53.199. So 1.2 seconds. That's an absolute lifetime in DRS 62 racing. Some real time to make up there. Got a lot of work to do. Has, well, not just Ewan Scott in 6th, but Matt Johnston in 5th, Bailey Wolf in 4th as well. Harley Drake is some 1 second behind. So it's only Robinson and Walsh who are within a second of each other. So technical fault for the number 7. I think that's probably because he hasn't got a transponder on, or we're certainly not picking up any timings for him here. So the number 7 of Benjamin Baker. So what happens there? So Benjamin Baker's going to have to come in, and they'll have to work out what's happened, why we're not seeing any times on our screen. Is it a technical problem with the transponder? Is the transponder not on? I'm sure we'll find out what the situation is, and then the officials will work out whether or not he's permitted to re-enter the circuit. So let's go back to the timesheets then. Robinson fastest, 51.956. Dropped off the pace a little bit in the last lap or two. He's now lapping around 52.6, 52.5, which is still quicker than pretty much everybody other than Oscar Walsh. So at the moment, we're just in a little bit of we're just circling with nobody really going much faster. The likes of Oliver Harrison, Ewan Scott. Ewan Scott's dropped to 7th at the moment. I wonder if he's got some sort of problem out there. Ewan Scott, the number 4. Oliver Harrison is up into 6th, and Oscar Cole is 8th. Dorian Malek is 9th. The other drivers making inroads at the moment. Cruz Dalton's just done his fastest lap at the session so far, up into 12th place. He's pushed Oscar Roach and Aaron Haywood down to 13th and 14th, and then Indigo Pickering is 15th. But no change in the top 10 at all in the last lap or two as they cross the line once more. Cruz Dalton, another move for Cruz, up to 11th, the number 64. But otherwise, no significant changes at the top of this group of drivers. So Oscar Cole. So Oscar Cole up to 6th then. So Oscar Cole, lap 9 for Oscar. Just done his fastest lap, 53.1 now. Bear in mind that's over a second slower than Jack Robinson. But Jack Robinson's dropped now to 52.3, 52.4. Jack Robinson's fastest lap came on lap. Set that up to come on really early, really quickly and almost go off. Almost like a qualifying spec, a qualifying setup for Jack Robinson. But he's got 2/10 on Oscar Walsh. Oscar Walsh is going a little bit quicker now. 52.1 for Walsh. Harley Drake 52.9, and then Nat Johnston up to 3rd. So Nat Johnston, the number 5, 52.8 for him. Harley Drake. Oscar Cole is 6th. Oliver Harrison is 7th. Ewan Scott struggling down in 8th place. Dorian Malek 9th. Ashton Redpath is 10th. Daxton Groves has just replaced Cruz Dalton for 11th. So Nat Johnston, the latest of the movers. What did Robinson do last time? 52.3 for Jack Robinson. He's fairly consistent at 3s and 4s at the moment. Nat Johnston 52.8. So how long have we got left? 20 seconds. So once these drivers get through now, this will be it. Let's see if anyone has something up their sleeve on lap 10, 11 or 12 of this session. So time, 10 seconds. So all the ones that are just coming through start finish now will get another lap in. But I think that will be it. It'll be very tight. Yeah, just about. The 105 of Ashton Redpath went through in 10. So anybody goes quicker now, they could make a late improvement here. We'll keep our eyes firmly fixed on the timing screens. Jenson Woodhouse has gone up to 14th. 3 places for him last time round. So Robinson's through to complete his session. No faster for Jack Robinson. Can Oscar Walsh go quicker? The 134 of Aaron Haywood's gone up to 15th. Made a couple of places. Dorian Malek is 9th. No improvement for him. Here come the rest of them then. So Walsh goes through. Oh no, he had a horrible lap. He must have been in some traffic, Oscar Walsh. He had a 54.4. Nat Johnston a 53's flat. No quicker for him. In fact, all of the top 10 have now been through. I think Jenson Woodhouse was the last to cross the line, and there's no change in the top 10. So Jack Robinson is the fastest of the DRS 62 drivers in qualifying. Oscar Walsh, second fastest, just around about 2/10 of a second slower. Nat Johnston, third fastest. Now he was about 9/10 of a second. So the front two have got about 3/4 of a second at least over everybody else out there, which is almost unheard of, isn't it, in DRS 62 qualifying. Harley Drake, 4th fastest. Bailey Wolf, 5th fastest. Then Oscar Cole, Oliver Harrison, Ewan Scott, Dorian Malek and Aston Redpath. They are the top 10 for the DRS 62s. And we are down to 1 remaining qualifying session, and then we'll be into the competitive stuff, into the cut and thrust of the heats. We have 4 heats on offer before the lunch break. 2 for the DRS 100s, 1 for the 62s and 1 for the DRS 125s. And it's those DRS 125s who are on the dummy grid and waiting for their qualifying session. Oh, we've got a lap record as well. So Jack Robinson has just done a lap record. Wow. Not only that, he did it on lap 3. Very, very impressive indeed. I'll be interested to... I'm going to try and grab a chat with Jack Robinson later and just see if they've if they'd almost changed the set, they might not tell us, but if they'd almost changed the setup for a qualifying run there, I mean, if they did that, why'd you stay out for 11 laps? That's my only question. If you're going to do that and set a car up to come on 3 or 4 laps and that's it done, you would dive in, wouldn't you? You would be probably happy with that and save the tyres for the rest of the day. So interesting strategy bits and pieces to look at. We'll try and pick the bones out of some of that later on, but a new lap record for Jack Robinson at the start of the DRS 62's qualifying session. So the DRS 125s then, back with them in just around about 6 or 7 minutes time. For the final qualifying session of the day, the DRS 125s scheduled for 12:05.
there's chilled and then there's chilled, isn't there? Now that was a
Our senior drivers, the DRS 125s rather, are on the circuit for their qualifying session. Championship leader is Oliver Owen, the number 5. Second in the championship is Mark Lawrence, with Jack Brigg third in the championship standings. Got some extra drivers here this weekend as well, which is good to see. So early stages again. In fact, we've still got two or three drivers on the dummy grid, just deciding not to come out onto the circuit just yet. Maybe seen it as a strategy. In some of the earlier sessions. Let's see who the early pace setters are. So Ben Gartside's done the quickest out lap. Don't read too much into that because it doesn't generally tell us an awful lot. So the first of the lap 2s. This will give us a better indication. So fastest second lap so far, Tommy Welsh, 47 flat for Tommy Welsh, a 3:19. Cody Eustace second fastest. Oliver Owen, championship leader, third fastest, some 3/10 slower. Don't read too much into it. The circuit will come towards the drivers. The conditions will improve, the times will drop. Question is usually, are the drivers that are not out there on circuit giving themselves enough time? So I know that one of them is Tom Snape. I can just see the number 4, the green helmet of Tom Snape in the dummy grid, on the dummy grid. He's just about to leave now. So we've got another couple as well. So we've also got the number 7 of Mark Lawrence. So Snape and Lawrence have just entered the fold, as has the 298 of Carl Watt. So now we'll get a better indication of who's doing what. We'll also get a good indication of what the circuit's doing, because based on when the fastest lap is made, and if it's made towards the end of the session, have those drivers that have just given themselves 3 less laps than everybody else, have they given themselves enough time to do what they need to do? So we'll keep an eye on the 3 that have just joined in. So Snape, Lawrence and Watt. So 12 of these DRS 125 karts out on circuit at the moment. The fastest is Anthony Amato. So we didn't see Amato at Clay Pigeon, but he's certainly stamping his authority on the early stage of this session. He's the fastest, 46.2 fastest lap. Tommy Welsh is second fastest. And then comes Garside. So Garside now up into second, displaces Welsh, who also has Oliver Owen bump him down to 4th place. JJ McGing makes 1 place up into 7th. And Kurt Fordry is down to 8th. Here comes Firas Bilbezi, so the 13th of the DRS 125 drivers is now on circuit. The DRS plate holder won the one-off DRS title earlier on this year at Risington. So Anthony Amato, the 317, fastest of the DRS 125 drivers at the moment. Ben Gartside just behind him. Well, I say just behind him, he's half a second behind him in terms of fastest lap. Tom Snape goes up into third. Cody Eustace then displaces him, so Snape's second lap was good enough for fourth fastest. So keep an eye on the number 4 of Tom Snape as they all stream through Christmas Corner at the top of the circuit. Amato round again. His fastest lap on lap 5. He's just dropped off the pace in the last couple of laps. So Amato fastest, Gartside second, Snape third, Cody Eustace fourth, Oliver Owen is fifth fastest, Tommy Welsh sixth. Jack Rigg won't be happy at all, I'm sure, with seventh fastest at the moment. Neither will Mark Lawrence in eighth. Kurt Fordry is ninth, JJ McGinn drops to 10th, and Carl Watt, Firas Bilbezi and Roberto Moroni are the remaining drivers circling this Whilton Mill circuit. And Bilbezi goes third, so second lap for Bilbezi, straight up into third place. Now, where is he in terms of time? So he's now some 3/10 slower than Amato. So Snape has gone faster as well. And here come the runners then. Here come the drivers who are late to this session. Snape, Bilbezi, as Owen goes up to fourth. They're now just within 2/10 of Anthony Amato. So Amato is holding on to the fastest lap here, but only by the skin of his teeth, really. So Amato completes another lap. What's he done this time? 46.1. So he's only 2/10 slower than his fastest. So he's still circulating at a pace that would suggest he's got something left up his sleeve if he needs it. We've got 2.5 minutes to go here. So it's getting towards the business end of this session. Snape second, Eustace third, Bilbezi fourth, Oliver Owen is fifth. I'm just intrigued to see now how Firas Bilbezi manages these remaining laps. He's only completed 4 laps. The rest of the drivers out there have generally done, well, the first runners have done 9. The second batch have done 6. Bilbezi's only done 4. Now, if he does his fastest lap on the last lap, he left his entry to this session too late. But let's see who improves as the session goes on. Cody Eustace just does his personal best, 46 flat for Cody Eustace, a 3:14. So Amato, Snape, Eustace, Bilbezi, Owen. Amato still holds the top prize. He holds the fastest lap. Tom Snape on screen at the moment. He did his fastest lap on lap 4. So there is your second fastest driver out there at the moment. 5th in the championship. Up in the start of the season that he would have hoped for, that's for sure. Certainly expected Tom Snape to be up amongst the front runners. He was last year. But he's running out of time here if he wants to find a way to the top spot of qualifying. Because Anthony Amato is the driver, and he's still circling just around about the same pace, 46 flat last time round for Amato. Snape just over 1/10 of a second slower in second. Eustace, Bilbezi, he hasn't gone any faster since his second lap, so maybe he did have it right in terms of setup. Amato, Snape, Eustace then third, Bilbezi fourth, Welsh fifth. Oliver Owen is 6th, the championship leader. Ben Gartside 7th, Rigg 8th, Lawrence 9th, Watt 10th, McGinn is 11th. Bilbezi looks like he's backed out of it. He's done a minute last time round. They're all backed off it now. Another interesting point to pick up, I suppose, with drivers from a strategy perspective. Did Firas Bilbezi set up for the session? And if he did 7 laps on the tyres. He actually only needed 2. His fastest lap came on the second lap. So some interesting changes of strategy, different approaches to it. But unless Cody Eustace, who is just about to come round now, can go any faster, and they don't. Firas Bilbezi's gone through as well. The fastest lap of the qualifying session then belongs to Anthony Amato. So the number 317 with a 45.901. He was the only driver to duck under the 45-second barrier. And he is the fastest of all the DRS 125 drivers. Tom Snape, second fastest. Cody Eustace, third. Firas Bilbezi came home 4th fastest. And Tommy Welsh, Oliver Owen, Ben Gartside, Jack Rigg, Mark Lawrence and Carl Watt with the remainder of the top 10 as the karts stream into Parc Fermé for their post-qualifying scrutineering checks. And that leads us very nicely into our first race of the day. So Group A of the DRS 100s. The session that saw Tristan Powell be the fastest of those drivers. They will do 8 minutes plus a lap. And our first heat of the day, scheduled for just around about 6 or 7 minutes.
We're going to change battery, is that right?
We'll start just around about 25 past 12.
Number 128. Come here, please.
Oscar.
You're responsible for getting them round in the right time and the right pace. 2 rolling up laps. One and then another one. The second one, just nice and gently. By the time you get the post over, it will be nice and settled. You 2 guys are the ones responsible for that, yeah? Right, but just nice and slowly when we come round. No accelerate until you get to the yellow line, alright? Just 2 laps.
So one to clear out, and then one to slow down.
One you're going to form up on, yeah? Okay, alright guys, thank you. Last night.
So Group A of the DRS 100s, if you're just joining us on the live stream on Facebook or YouTube via the Daniel Ricciardo Series pages, you might not know that the DRS 100 drivers are split into two groups, randomly generated, and they'll only actually come together in the main final. The grand final this afternoon will be the first time that the drivers from the two groups see each other. Their grid position on for that final will be dictated by their performance throughout the day, in the qualifying session, in their first heat and in that pre-final. And here they come then for that first heat. So we're going to see two heats for the DRS 100s. Every driver will participate in one of those two heats. And Group A, so they are the ones that are on circuit at the moment. Tristan Powell was the fastest of the Group A drivers earlier on this morning with a 46.674 second lap time. Incidentally, if both groups were together, that would only have been good enough for 7th. So we are expecting Group B potentially to give us a little bit more in terms of the top end of the grand final than Group A, but it remains to be seen. So this is the formation lap, so they'll go around a couple of times, make sure everything's up to temperature, make sure they're happy with how the drivers are formed. And then the lights will change from red to green, and we'll be underway with our first competitive wheel-to-wheel racing action of the weekend, the first heat for the DRS 100 A group. So they head now down through the left-hander at Chapman's, and then along this short back straight into the final stage of this Whilton Mill lap, which takes them into the boot. They go left, then right, and then a little run down to Paddock Corner. It reminds me of the Paddock Corner at Lark Hall, this one. Very similar, quite fast.
Oh, sorry, I thought.
Opens up on the exit, adjacent to the dummy grid. Right then, under the orders of the starter, the lights are red. Will we go racing at the first time of asking? We will. Oh, it's not a nice start though. Ooh, is that gonna go? It was very, very disjointed. Tristan Powell had acres of space to pick his line into the first corner. It's almost like the drivers around him just didn't get the jump, just didn't see the lights change, and all of a sudden, from being very, very grouped up, we were very spaced out. But the start is cleared, and we are underway here, 8 minutes plus a lap in the second round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill. This is the first heat of the day for the first group of DRS 100 drivers. Second place is Daniel Weir. So Powell got the best of the starts then. He's just about to come round and complete his first lap. He's got maybe 3 or 4 kart lengths advantage over Daniel Weir, the number 9, as they cross the timing beam for the first time. And head up towards Christmas Corner. The gap we're interested in is the one between Powell and Weir, first and second. And they are queuing up behind Daniel Weir at the moment. Let's see a replay here of them going, because you see how much the karts bump and bounce and the abrasive surface. So that's Walmsley Jones. Just having a little look down the inside of Weir. Weir. Then Oscar Jones. We've got a spill, we've got a car that's lost a wheel, we've got a a wheel over start finish. We've got a kart which is without one. It's the 117 of Eldon Holland. So Eldon Holland has retired. He's absolutely fine. He's been taken to safety. Here is is this a replay of the incident? So where's the wheel gone? We need to, certainly looked like it was on the way down to Crook Corner, which is turn 1 here. It was front, it was his right. So quite a major mechanical failure. There is the car, missing a front left wheel. It is. So with a yellow flag over the start finish line, that means that the drivers can't overtake as they go through start finish. We've got more contact with a few drivers over start finish as well. And there it is. So here is the battle for second place with Weir, Kotchalek and New. Where's Oscar Walmsley-Jones gone? Dropped back down into 7th as they battle over start finish, and Weir's lost that place. In fact, he's lost more than that place. He's dropped right to the back of this little group of drivers for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Now here's the... Oh, he made a mistake. He made a mistake. So, no contact. Daniel Weir literally just made a mistake under the pressure as they went through Chapman's that last time round. He caught the run. He just made a mistake, did Daniel Weir. So now then, 2nd place is now with Kai Newman, who was the benefactor. We've got under investigation is Daniel Weir. So race leader, no change for Tristan Powell. In fact, Tristan Powell's been the benefactor of all this going on behind him. He's just been able to cruise around at the front, pick his lines, stay nice and cool, calm and collected. And he finds himself with a very healthy advantage indeed over the number 155 of Kai Newman, who is now up and into 2nd place. The rest of them stream through. So Newman, followed by Kotchalek in 2nd place, 155 in 3rd place rather, 155 and 150. They dropped down, they're both way over track limits by the way, as they came down and through the right-hander at Ashby. And now they head out and up towards the boot once more. This is the left-hander, and then they'll try and keep it to the left and go right. And then they swing down the start-finish straight to complete another lap. Not quite got enough pressure on Kotchalek, has he, on Newman at the moment. Liam Karbeloff up to 4th, and Ethan Critchley is 5th, and Daniel Oscar Walmsley-Jones all the way back into 12th. So some sort of problem, I would imagine, for Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who was right up there at the start of this race. Suddenly finds himself right in the mid-pack in 12th place. It's behind Joe Jennings, the 125. So Powell, Newman, Kotchalek, top 3. Karbeloff is 4th. Critchley and Weir 5th and 6th. Archie Cole 7th. Is this a move for 2nd? It is a move for 2nd, as down the inside at the boot went Newman. Did he manage to make it stick? We'll get them now as they come back through to complete another lap. Here is that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it's Newman now who has 2nd place. Kotchalek, Karbeloff and Critchley and Weir as well, who isn't a million miles from the back of this group, in 6th place. An investigation for 114 of Archie Potter for something untoward, you would imagine, on the previous lap. Down towards Ashby they go once more. What have we got left in terms of time? 2 minutes for these drivers, plus that one final lap, as Newman continues to hold off James Kotchalek for 2nd place. There's no doubt in the race leader. Tristan Powell is now 3.5 seconds ahead of everybody else and just needs to keep it all pointing in the right direction for the remaining 1 minute and 40 seconds, plus that one final lap. Look at how wide Kotchalek is on track limits as he went over start finish. Not sure how many times he'll get away with that. Here they come up towards Christmas Corner once more, the very top of this Whilton Mill circuit. You can see them start to drop down now through the S's, down through Ashby into the Chapman's left-hander, which is the next corner. They're all off track limits again as they go through Ashby, through the left and then into Chapman's. And then this group will arrive at the boot after they go down the back straight, which is where they are now. So Archie Potter under investigation as well. So Newman and Kochelek second and third. Fourth place is Liam Carbeloff. Just keep an eye on these two, just ready to pick up any scraps or any pieces that they leave behind. Is the only one that can keep the track limits at the moment, Liam Carbeloff, to be honest. The two in front of him are consistently over the white line. Watch them as they come down to Ashby now. Newman and Kochelek. Watch the exit here. Way over track limits. Way over track limits. Now into the left-hander of Chapman's. Carbeloff just in behind Kochelek. In fact, he's taken a couple of attempts, hasn't he? He's got himself probably within striking distance as they go down to the boot. Can he take third place away from James Kochelek? And then they swing through the paddock corner once more. There are second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Where's Daniel Weir now? Still back in sixth place. In terms of fastest lap, Tristan Powell away from all the carnage and chaos behind him. Has just very nicely ticked off the fastest lap of the race so far as well on his last lap, 46.958. Here come the battle for second, third and fourth once more. Newman, Kochelek, Carbeloff, then Critchley in behind. If these did start to battle in the remaining lap or so, then it would allow for the likes of Critchley and Weir maybe to join in, but at the moment they're a little bit adrift. The fifth and sixth drivers were on the last lap as they go through the right-hander of turn 2 and up towards Christmas. I don't think that Kochelek is close enough. He'll have a look down into Ashby Willie. He'll need a good run off the S's. Don't think he's close enough this time. He's not. As they run over the rumble strip and out towards the left-hander at Chapman's. Last corner will probably be the last opportunity here. Oh, sorry, the boot rather, because the last corner's so fast. You're not really going to see any overtaking opportunities. He's close enough though, isn't he? Will he have a look into the left? No. Covers it off nicely, does Kai Newman. And now he should just be home and hose through the last. The final corner is so fast. Drivers basically line of stern through it. I think the last opportunity, I think the last lap here, you've got to be looking up towards Christmas. You've got to be looking at Ashby at best for an overtaking manoeuvre. Sure, there's that many overtaking chances once you're down at the bottom part of the circuit through the boot. So drivers trying to plan their way through those final parts of the lap. Start to go a little bit further afield. And certainly not leave it until they are into the final couple of corners. It's probably very unlikely it'll get done at that point. So Tristan Powell converts his fastest lap in the qualifying session to a fastest lap and a race win in heat number 1 of the DRS 100s. The next on circuit is the other group, so the DRS 100 Group B. They'll be on circuit in around about 7 minutes time. We'll be back with you then to see the first heat of the day for the DRS 100s Group B.
To each other, coming round up to the start, and remember the yellow acceleration line, okay? What time we have now?
We're literally got just under 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Our group of DRS 100 drivers, Group B. Charlie Ratford was fastest in the qualifying session for Group B earlier on this morning. Very good pace. It's certainly got some, it's got more seeded drivers in it, that's for sure. The seeded drivers from last year's championship in Group A, but Group B, we've got Freddie Cox, Maximilian Salarski, Henry Foote, Sherian Powell, Ben Calder, Charlie Ratford. So based on that alone, we would expect Group B to give us some very, very interesting this afternoon. It's our 8 minutes plus a lap. As with all of the heats here and the pre-final as well, the pre-finals are all 8 minutes plus a lap. We also have a B final this afternoon, the B final for the drivers who don't quite make it into the main grand final in the DRS 100 class. So the drivers on their formation laps, just trying to suss each other out a little bit. So there's a lot of gamesmanship goes on at the start of these races, a lot of trying to get the upper hand into that first corner. This is very quick, so it was very quick. They just started to slow down as they came on the back straight, but they were very, very fast around the early stages of the formation lap. They have all caught up though, and they are fairly well formed now. This could go third time here. So Charlie Ratford on the inside of the front row. They're going to be slowed down by Andy Cox. Looks to the lines. Ratford, I don't think he's got the jump though. I think it's has Ratford got the jump over the number 7 of Bryn Calder. They were the front two as they went into the first corner. And I think it is Charlie Ratford who heads up Christmas in the lead. Calder then tucks in behind. The rest of the field have all streamed through. They've all managed to get through. Head down to Ashby for the first time of asking. Charlie Ratford then it is. He'll get them back into our view in the order. Left-hander Chapman's, and all of a sudden he had Bryn Calder all over the back of him as they went through. Actually held them all up as they went down that back straight. Over the line they go then for the first time in this DRS 100 Group B Heat 1. Through the S's and then down to Ashby they go. This is the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. And Henry Fuss has Salarski as well, who dives down the inside. And here comes Calder on Salarski. Is there a little bit of contact between the two? There is. Calder has to take to the as they came past last time round. So some sort of broken exhaust on that Daniel Ricciardo kart. And Casti Southall will have to enter the pits next time round, and that will be race done. So Ratford leads, no change. Then we've got, ignore the graphic on your screen, that's from the last race. There's no live time in here to show you either. As the rest of them stream through. So Ratford then, Henry Foote is in second, Salarski third. Fourth place is Bryn, second, third, fourth and fifth. Behind them is Sherry-Ann Powell. This is already a decent recovery drive from Sherry Powell, who has now managed to just jump up. As Foote takes to the outside, he's going to lose that place. In fact, he could lose two places, doesn't he? Slams the door firmly in Bryn Calder's face. And now Calder will come under pressure from Freddie Cox as they head down into turn one, through two, and up the long back straight into Christmas corner. Is there going to be a move from Foote on Salarski here? No. And likewise, there's no move from Freddie Cox as they go through and down out front here. He's also the fastest man on the circuit at 46.638 on lap number 5. He's completed 7 laps. He's got around about a minute and 40 seconds to go. Salasi, Foot, Calder and Cox. And Sherian Powell Daniel is now up into 9th, and James Scott has moved up into 10th place. So Sam Halley-Hinksman and Cassidy Southall, the 2 retirements, both with mechanical problems. Just looking at the gap between Sherian Powell and Daniela Sutton, it's only 0.3 of a second, so those 2 could get into a real all-female battle for 6th and 7th. The closing stages here. We've got just over a minute to go, plus that one final lap. Just look at some lap times as well with these 4. They're absolutely together. They are lapping around about 0.2 of a second slower than Charlie Ratford. Now, obviously, the fact that they are battling, the 4 of them, and they're scrapping over and squabbling over these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places means that they are slowing each other down slightly. So that may be a contributing factor. And it would be interesting to see if they had got the jump with Ratford. See, Ratford base. Ratford was gone within half a lap of the start of this race. While everybody else fought over positions behind him, he was out front and gone and out the way and putting his head down and doing really consistent lap times to build this advantage. This is the advantage that he's now reaping the rewards from. I've got a warning for Brinkholder as well, so it's just starting to get a little bit frantic for these front drivers. This battle that's led by Salarski at the moment. Foot is in 2nd. There goes Ratford, starting his final lap. Now this is the one to watch then. What order will these 4 come in 1 lap's time? And the battle behind isn't bad either between Sherian Powell and Daniela Sutton, who are right together. So here they go into Christmas. None of these are close enough right now. So none of them are close enough to make. The DRS plate of Freddie Cox, but he can't really capitalise, and they've just got a heat. The next time we will see in their pre-finals, so the pre of the day, just scheduled off around about 1:05. We'll be back with live coverage here on both Facebook and YouTube from round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill.
just the heat. Come on.
So the DRS 62s, their first heat of the day. A qualifying session that saw a new lap record. Packed grid of DRS 62 drivers. These are our youngest drivers in the field today. Our youngest drivers in the series. Standouts recently have been the likes of Bailey Wolf, Cruz Dalton. We've seen some real form from so they'll stretch the legs around the formation lap. Looks like they'll get 2 formation laps, as every group seems to have had, just to make sure that all the required temperatures are where they should be. Everybody can form themselves up into a nice orderly pack of DRS 62 drivers. They head their way round towards the double left. The first left is Barker's, the second left is Chapman's. And then they head down the short back straight here, which was parallel to the start-finish straight. So front 2 then, Robinson and Walsh. Who will get the drop into the first corner first? Here they come. They're fairly well formed. They're a little quick, but I think they will go first time they do. Who gets the drop? Robinson. Walsh tries to go around the outside. Does he make it stick in there? I think he has made it stick in there, hasn't he? Up the hill they go for the first time. Is it the DRS plate or is it the number 3? A ploy from Walsh to get the drop and just stop Robinson from cruising away at the start of this race. He's now kept him at bay. He's now got to think of something different. He's firstly got to find a way past Oscar Walsh. He has a little look into Chapman's. They'll come side by side. Will they? No, they won't. It's line of stern for the front two, who are already just pressing away from the third place drivers. And the drivers in behind. Over start finish come. Well, they have found a little bit more pace, certainly in the opening stages, or he's certainly managed to racecraft himself through into fourth place. Second in the championship, Ewan Scott. Fourth on the road at the moment. Over start finish line once more. 8 minutes plus a lap, remember, for these drivers. At the moment, the battle is between the front two, but Jack Robinson cannot find a way through. Or Jack Robinson could just sit there now and think, right, we're not really under any pressure here from Harley Drake at the moment. Drake isn't closing in on us. The lap times are pretty good, and he'll know that. These young drivers are very, very adept, very good at knowing pace and knowing what's quick and what's not, and when they need to make moves. He'll also be able to see Harley Drake in his peripheral vision every time he goes, like where he is now. So just coming out of that corner, they can have a little glance under the visor and just look across the circuit and see where the distance is between themselves and the driver behind. So if Robinson's not going all out to stay with Oscar Walsh, I don't think he is, he can bide his time now. No pressure from behind. He could sit there for 5 minutes and then pick a way through on the last lap. He won't want to leave it too late, but this is where your racecraft comes in. This is where these young drivers are very mature in the way they think through races. And I'm sure Jack Robinson is sat there now, the DRS plate, behind the number 3 of Oscar Walsh, just trying to work out what's best to do here. Is he going to give him a chance? He might give him a chance now as they come side by side. Is he going to take the lead into the boot? He is going to take the lead into the boot. Robinson hits the front then for the first time. Here comes Walsh though, tries to counter around the outside. As they go over start finish. Now here's a different challenge then. Has Robinson got the pace to move away from Oscar Walsh? I don't think he has, because Walsh is going to counter-attack. Walsh has counter-attacked at the top end of the circuit at Christmas Corner, and he's retaken that lead away from Jack Robinson. So Robinson was in the lead for all of 3. Walsh thought, and very cleverly as well, I must admit, because if he thinks that Robinson is significantly quicker than him, and here he comes again, he gets a great run, doesn't he? Every time they come out of Chapman's, Robinson gets an unbelievable run out of Chapman's, and the move is pretty much done by the time they get to the boot. Now, can Robinson stop the counter into Christmas? Walsh tucked right up behind then. They go through the double apex. He's already in the inside, isn't he, Walsh? He's already trying it up the hill. Is there contact? There is contact between the two of them. He is going to make it stick again, though. And Walsh goes back to the lead ahead of Robinson. It's an exact carbon copy of what they did just a lap ago. And these two going at it pretty much hammer and tongue at the moment. Here is the move then. Look at there's a little kink in the road on the top straight. A little bit of contact there. There's a little bit of side pod between the two of them. Nothing too untoward there. Nothing that the officials will need to see, I'm sure. And now Walsh goes on the defensive out of Chapman. So clever from Oscar Walsh. He knows now that Robinson is quick there. And I wonder, has Jack Robinson shown his card too early? Has he shown where he's quicker too early now? And now can Oscar Walsh try and fend that off for the remaining, 2.5 minutes here as they go up the hill. This is where Walsh is quick. So Walsh has got the straight line speed to keep him at bay into Christmas. Walsh's problem is bottom end speed. It's coming out of Chapman's, the left-hander. That's where he struggles. They're going to head down towards there now. There's no change further back, by the way. Harvey Drake is 3rd and Ewan Scott is 4th and Nat Johnson is 5th and Bailey Wolfe is the top rookie in 6th place. This is the place now where Robinson is quick. They've both had a contact warning as well. Oh, let them get on with it. They're fine, the pair of them at the moment. They're just giving us good, high-quality racing. Here he goes. Switches to the inside, switches to the outside. Walsh has got his number now. He's got his number on the one place of the circuit where Robinson is quick. Walsh has worked this out. Now, can he execute the defence that he's going to need for the next 2 laps or 3 laps potentially of the remainder of this race? We've got 1 minute and 3/4 to go plus that one final lap. It'll probably compute to 3 laps overall. Up the hill go the 2 leaders into Christmas. Quick look further back then. Oliver Harrison is 7th. Aston Redpath is 8th. Oscar Cole is 9th. Benjamin Baker is 10th. And then Dorian Malik is 11th. And Daxton Groves is 12th. This is the part where Robinson is quick. He's quick here in Parkers. He's very quick through here in Chapman's. Look at his exit speed here. He's usually so fast just around about now. Can Walsh keep him at bay? Yeah, I think he probably has done. Again, has Oscar Walsh. I think he showed his cards too early. I think Robinson should have hung on till probably about now would have been the time to start putting those moves on into the boot. He's played his hand very early, and fair play to Oscar Walsh. He's worked it out, and he's currently got all the answers. Has he got all the answers in the closing stages? We've got a yellow flag through the left-hander at Parkers, and yellow flag, so somebody going quite slowly through there at the moment. We've got 30 seconds of this race plus 1 lap to go. The 2 of them are going to get round again, so it'll be 2 laps after this, I think, because I don't think they'll break the timing beam before the time is up. We'll see. It'll be quite close actually as they come up towards the bootleg. Here comes Robinson down the inside. Oh, Walsh didn't defend enough. Oh, it's contact between the 2 of them. Now on that occasion, I don't know if that will be allowed. Robinson wasn't all the way down the inside. Robinson tagged the back of Oscar Walsh and has therefore, in my opinion, it is only my opinion, gained an advantage through the contact. Because he wasn't alongside, I'm going to see a replay now. Ooh, that will take some investigating. I would not want to make that decision. As Walsh goes back to the inside, these 2 are kicking lumps at each other. Then there's contact. Walsh goes over the grass. That'll be his opportunity gone. Now this is going to take some unpicking. That will undoubtedly go to investigation between these 2. Undoubtedly. And I think Walsh has got a problem as well. He's looking at the back left of his car. I wonder if he's got a problem. We'll see if he circulates any slower. This will undoubtedly go to the officials, and there will be an investigation between these 2, not just because of the move there, but the one that we're now seeing on screen. Ooh, does he run him out of road? He has a long look over Jack Robinson. If there's... Ooh, I would imagine Jack Robinson will be a little bit nervous under that helmet at the moment, because he's been the aggressor, if you like, in the 2 manoeuvres. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff indeed. It's Oscar Walsh is going to come home in second, I'm sure of it, as Robinson is now on his last lap. Oh, what did you make of that at home? 2 big incidents, with 2 laps to go. One into the bootleg, which saw Robinson take the lead, and then one where Walsh was trying to come back at Christmas, and the 2 of them came side by side with Walsh running out of road in the end. He's going to finish second. Some tasty stuff from these 2. Harley Drake a little bit further back. Nat Johnston is in 4th. Oliver Harrison's lost a place, and Ewan Scott's lost a couple of places down into 7th, so not doing his championship any good. So Robinson crosses the line to win the race for now, because that will be investigated. Will undoubtedly be held. Second is Oscar Walsh. Third, Harley Drake.
Andy.
He's been told. No, you're alright.
Yeah, I'll have a picture taken of the rest of the time. I'm just going to photo from it. Ray, you need to get out of it.
So good to see a healthy grid of DRS 125 drivers. 13 of them with us this weekend for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill. And they're led by a new driver to the series, the Club 100 winner from last year, Anthony Amato. He's gone straight out and put it on pole position. And that's where he will be. So in terms of the championship, Oliver Owen was the race winner, the grand final winner at Clay Pigeon 3 weeks ago. Very different conditions to those that we have with us this weekend. Although it has got a little bit overcast in the last half an hour or so. Track temperature not quite where it was around about 1 o'clock. And all these little things do make a difference. They change the dynamic of the racetrack. They change how it reacts to different driving styles, different setups. But our senior drivers are on their way around to get us underway. It's our last heat of the day before we break for lunch. Lunch break is until around about 2:20, where we'll see the first of the pre-finals. We have a pre-final for all of the classes here this weekend, and then we're into the grand finals today. The first of the grand finals is at 4 o'clock. We expect our first of the grand finals. That's the one for the DRS 62s. They're our first grand final of the day at 4 o'clock. The DRS 125s at 4:20, and 4:20 is the DRS 100s. What a grand final that could be as well. Here we go. DRS 125s get away at the first time of asking. They will do, and it's the 317 of Amato who gets the jump. It really looked like Tom Snape really struggled to get up. On this first lap of the Whilton Mill circuit, seeing JJ McGing there at the back of the field with the 324 of Roberto Menoni. Here down for Tom Snape. He needs to try and avoid Anthony Amato getting away here at the front of this field. Through the pit bend and down start finish. It's already a gap of half a second between Amato and Snape. Tommy Welsh is third. Cody Eustace is up to fourth. It was Tommy Welsh who made that move into the right-hander on the way down the hill at Ashby, which is just about where our leaders are heading now. Hander, half a second between Amato and Snape. Welsh is about another half a second behind him, but he's under some pressure from Cody Eustace. Round 2, start finish. Warning for Firas Bilbezi as well. Now, Bilbezi came through in 7th place last time round. He's still in 7th place. The only mover on the last lap was Oliver Owen, who has picked up a few more championship points by demoting Ben Gartside from 5th to 6th. So Amato, Snape, Welsh, Eustace and Owen, they are the top 5. The lead gap is 8 tenths, so absolutely showing no signs here that Tom Snape can get on terms with Anthony Amato. Got some 6 minutes plus that one final lap. Oh, new fastest lap from Snape. So maybe just Tom Snape was just getting into the swing of things, just getting into a rhythm and a routine, because Snape has responded and responded well with a new fastest lap of 46.478 is 0.3 of a second quicker. So the 0.3 that Amato took on the previous lap, Snape has just taken straight back again the lap after. So he has got the pace. Can he close in terms of track position to chase than it is to lead? And the gap was 0.6 of a second last time round. What is it now as they come round Paddock Corner and come underneath us to cross the line to start a new lap? 0.6 it was, it's now 0.6. So even though Tom Snape has done another fastest lap of the race so far, a 46.32, Anthony Amato pretty much matched him, a 46.364. So there's only a couple of hundredths of a second between them in terms of pace, and that will keep the gap to a fairly consistent level of 0.6 of a second, although this time for me, as they come through Parkers, I would say Snape is a little touch closer this time. They go through the left-hander, stretch the legs through the back straight. There's a huge battle going on for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. At the back of that train is Mark Lawrence. At the front of it is Tommy Welsh, and in the middle is Cody Eustace, Oliver Owen and Ben Gartside and Firaz Bilbezi. Gap between the front two is, it's up. So I thought that Snape had maybe taken another 1/10 of a second when by the time they got back round to the start-finish line. Anthony Amato had done a fastest lap of the race so far, a 46.274. And for Snape it was only a 46.279. A pump for Amato. Problem for Anthony Amato, he pulls off onto the grass. What has happened there? Thrown a chain? Could have thrown a chain. He's looking down, whatever it is, it's terminal, and he knows it because his reaction tells us that it was a terminal problem for Anthony Amato. The benefactor of that, of course, is Tom Snape, who crosses the line as the new race leader with 6 laps complete. And for Amato, well, everybody's been promoted up at least one place, except for Carl Watt, who's been promoted 2 places into 8th, and Jack Rigg, who's jumped up 2 into 9th as well. So Snape, Welsh, Eustace, Owen and Gartside, and what that has also allowed for is Tom Snape not just to take the lead, but to take the lead by a good distance as well. I'm just looking down to Anthony Amato at the moment. It looks like he's trying to do some running repairs onto that way. He was doing some running repairs. Looks like he's given up now. I assume he's thrown a chain. Top end of the circuit. Did he clip a curb? That might have been what did it. Might just have clipped the curb. Might have thrown the chain off. He certainly lost all his drive as he came out of Christmas and headed down the hill towards the Ashby corner. And he just exited stage left, and that was his race ran. Oliver Owen up into 3rd then. So the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th just spread out a little bit. Tommy Welsh up into 2nd. Oliver Owen is 3rd. Eustace is 4th. Then Gartside and Bilbezi are fairly close together. And then Mark Lawrence is just tagged onto the back of this group as well. Snape crosses the line once more. Snape, Welsh, Owen, Eustace, Gartside, Bilbezi, Lawrence, Carl Watt 8th, Jack McGinn 9th, Kurt Fordry is 10th, and then JJ McGinn, Roberto Memoni, and the only non-runner was the previous race leader, Anthony Amato, who's just recovered that kart into Parc Fermé. Around the final corner comes Snape. Here's the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Welsh, Owen and Eustace. And then a small gap back now to Gartside and Bilbezi and Lawrence. So 2 groups of 3 now, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And then a longer gap back to Carl Watt, who's in a more of a distant 8th place. Gap between the front 2 is 3 seconds, although Tom Snape has just come the fastest lap of the race in a 46.267 for Tom Snape. He's lapping 4/10 quicker than the rest of the field, so it looks like only Snape and Amato have got the pace to really challenge each other at the front of this field. We've got just a few seconds remaining before we start the final lap. So next time round, it will be Tom Snape's last lap. He's heading down into Ashby now. This is the battle for second, third and fourth, and Oliver Owen is as close as he has been for the entire race here. He's also got Cody Eustace fairly closely, tucked up in behind him as well. They're both trying to find a way past Tommy Welsh. So Welsh now into the left-hander, comes along the back straight. He's going to have one lap to hold off these three. Behind them is Gartside, Bill Basie and Lawrence. Three of them absolutely together as well. And then Carl Watt and Jack Rigg having their own little battle for 9th and 10th. So final lap then for our race leader. Another fastest lap, 46 flat for Tom Snape. Here comes a move then for second and third. He's not going to make that stick. It was only a half move from Oliver Owen. He certainly wasn't close enough or committed enough to make it stick into Christmas, and now he's probably lost all his momentum. Here we go then. Just need to get a little later on the brakes, a little bit braver. He needed to be a little bit braver, did Oliver Owen, to slip up the inside and just force that move, a little bit more aggressive, and now he's not going to have the opportunity as they come into the boot for the final time. They turn right and they cross the line. The leader's already been there. He's now the winner is Tom Snape. Second is Tommy Walsh, third is Oliver Owen, fourth is Cody Eustace. Bill Basie just comes home in fifth place ahead of Gartside, and Lawrence was a change between Carl Watt and Jack Rigg on the last lap as well. And that is our heat complete. So we're into the pre-finals, and those pre-finals start in around 40 minutes time. The first of those is the DRS Group A, then Group B, the pre-final for the 62s and the 125s, and then we're into all of the grand finals. We'll be back with you around about 2:15 this afternoon. Please join us then.
he goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Powell and Campbell Billy.
So welcome back to round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill. Our first of the pre-finals is for the DRS 100s, the Group A. And they are on circuit at the moment. Just going through their formation laps in the order in which they finished the first heat. So courtesy of his pretty perfect day so far for Tristan Powell, who was fastest of all the Group A drivers in qualifying earlier on. He backed that up with a fairly comprehensive win in the first heat as well. So Tristan Powell starts on the inside of the front row. It's Ethan Critchley alongside him, courtesy of his second place finish. Already very nicely formed as well. Will they go at the first time of asking? Certainly won't be far off, I wouldn't have thought. This is a fairly neat and tidy start, led by Tristan Powell. It's Powell and Critchley eyeballing each other at the moment. Powell's got the best of the starts. Critchley hasn't got the best of the starts because it's allowed for James Kochelek to move into second place as well. So the inside row certainly took advantage of the start there. Oh, with a false start. So the inside row getting the best of the starts. Hasn't quite materialised that way. So they'll go all the way around again and do another formation lap just because they're a little bit separated. There'll be drivers that need to get back into the correct position. Wonder what the view of the starter was there. They were a little bit, it just looked to me as if Powell just got a better jump. He obviously dictates the pace from his position on the inside of the front row, so when he goes, they all go. I don't think, are they going to go around again, or is this going to go first time? They are fairly well formed. I'm sure they could go this time if they wanted to. They're going to. Right then, Powell and Critchley, they're really slow now. Yeah, they're going to go around again. Interesting, it's a really interesting stance from, if you look at Ethan Critchley as they come up to the line, he just looks across at Tristan Powell, so he's not really bothered about what's ahead of him. I'm guessing he's waiting for Powell to hit the accelerator and trying to follow suit, but I'd maybe look at the lights if it was me. A bit less bothered about what was alongside me and a bit more bothered about the lights, because you go when the lights change. So yeah, strange strategy. It certainly didn't work for him on the first start. Let's see if he can make a better fist of it on the second start. The benefactor was James Kochelek in third place. He jumped right down the inside and made sure that he got into the first corner in second place behind the pole man, which is Tristan Powell. Remember, this is Group A with another group of these DRS 100 drivers to come in the next heat as well. And then they'll all come together for a B final, those who didn't quite make it into the main final. And then it'll be the grand final. They are our last final of the day today. So if you want to see the main action for the DRS 100s, 20 to 5 this afternoon. Here we go then. Critchley looks across again towards Powell. They're going to go, it doesn't work, Ethan. I wouldn't do it that way, because all that Tristan Powell's been doing is focusing on the lights. As soon as he sees the lights, as soon as they change, he puts his foot down. They were nice and steady up until then. So absolutely didn't work for Ethan Critchley. Tried it a couple of times, didn't change his tactic, and now finds himself, I think he's found himself work back up into second. But the race leader, Tristan Powell, is already a little way down the road at the moment. So we'll check on the gap. They've all managed to get through the first 3 or 4 corners. It's 8 minutes plus a lap, as with all of our pre-finals. So it's the 1:55 of Kai Newman in second place. So where is the 1:52 of Ethan Critchley? Where has he come back out into? I'm just having a look now as they go past. He's a bit further down, isn't he? A bit further down the field. As we see a replay, a little touch between a couple of them, and a little wave. It actually hindered the driver involved. I think it was Liam Karbeloff who made the contact, but it actually hindered him because he lost so much momentum. He ended up losing a place as well. We have a new race leader, and we've got a track limits warning as well. Track limits warning for Isaac Kite, who is down in 11th place, and Oscar Walmsley-Jones is up a couple of places into 9th. But our new race leader is the 155 of Kai Newman, as Powell tries to counter-attack as quickly as he possibly can. Down they go then, and over the start-finish line into the right-hander of turn 1. It flicks left then right, and then they come out and pop up the hill towards Christmas, and here he comes down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He is. So Powell retakes the lead then as they head down towards the bottom end of the circuit, the right-hander at Ashby. And what this has allowed is these two fighting at the front has just allowed for the likes of Kochelek and Karbeloff and Critchley and Daniel Weir just to start to edge up towards, and they are getting past, aren't they? Oh, it's a big mistake. There was a contact there. We'll need to see a replay, but it's a big mistake from Newman. It's cost him a lot of time. He drops from 2nd to 5th in the space of just a corner. So he's got a problem, hasn't he? He's got a problem, I think. Let's have a little look. This is the replay. Oh, all kinds of out of shape. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bit of off-roading, bit of a mistake. I wonder if he's now picked up a problem because he's heading backwards at the moment. Let's just keep an eye on him in the next couple of laps. Sometimes when they jump over the curbs in such an aggressive fashion, it can lead to them throwing off a chain, for example. It can lead to problems in terms of bent components and damage to components. He's still circling, he's still out there, but he has lost a few places. They're all quite tightly grouped, to be fair, the whole group of them, and it's led by Tristan Powell. Now the aggressor, now the attacker is the 150 of James Kochelek, so he's up into 2nd place. Then the group behind is Karbeloff and the number 9 of Daniel Weir. Where is Critchley? He's in this little pack behind, isn't he? So Ethan Critchley is still there or thereabouts, but he's in a pack a little further back. Has lost a little bit of time. Just see how much they're really struggling with it. It's a really abrasive surface here. It is a grippy circuit. You can see when we saw Critchley earlier on effectively hopping over the curbs, that's because there's so much mechanical grip in the front tyres. They almost dig into the ground. That sends a signal of energy through the rest of the car, and it hops and pitches in as it tries to catch up to the front tyres. So that's why they're getting that sort of those problems. That's why we're seeing a lot of the cars bouncing and jumping up in the air slightly. It's because of the sheer mechanical grip that they're generating from the tyres. Temperature has gone back up again a little bit. It's Powell, Kochelek, Karbeloff, Weir, Critchley. So Kai Newman all the way back in 9th place. So it has cost him that mistake. Certainly got all kinds of out of shape as he went through the left-hander at Chapman's 3 or 4 laps ago. Now finds himself just inside the top 10. Ruby Smith is the next target for him. She's in 10th place at the moment. Aaron Mensah behind in 11th with Joe Jennings in 12th.
Come on, get up in there, good girl.
So the start finish once more. Powell, Kochelek, Karbeloff, Weir. Not much between them, in fact. Tristan Powell's just on the fastest lap of the race so far. 47.1 for him. Now bearing in mind he was on 46.6s this morning in qualifying. We have lost a little bit of pace, just probably due to tyre wear and the different conditions. We've also got a warning for Kai Newman. He's having an eventful race, isn't he? So Newman now drops back to 10th. Aaron Mensah's got past both Newman and Ruby Smith in the last lap or so. So race leader, gap between Powell and Kochelek, just around 0.6 of a second. He's not had much response, has he, James Kochelek, considering they started just to cruise onto the back of Powell a few laps ago. All of a sudden, that danger has been averted by the race leader. He's in a fairly comfortable position. 0.8 of a second is the gap now, and a new fastest lap of the race for Daniel Weir. So he's now the fastest man on circuit. 47.149 for him last time round. Currently in 4th place with Liam Karbalov just ahead of him. Just a couple of tenths of a second between them two. So into Chapman's, the left-hander, comes the leader, and Powell. And there's your battle for third and fourth between Karbalov and Weir. Weir, the fastest man on circuit at the moment. Archie Cole is sixth and Archie Potter is seventh. He's the top rookie at the moment. Archie Potter in seventh place. Oscar Walmsley-Jones is now up into, in fact, he's just got past Potter and into seventh. And there is your battle for third and fourth as Weir tries to find a way through. Will he try and slingshot past on the way down into the right-hander? A little bit of contact between the two of them, the side by side as they come up to the left-hander at Parker's. He's on the outside though, Weir. He'll switch to the inside if he can. No, because there's good defensive work from Liam Karbalov. Now they head to the back straight and into the boot. Little glance over his shoulder from Liam Karbalov, just checking the status of Daniel Weir in fourth place. No change at the front, and faster again goes Powell. 47.029 is now the quickest lap we've seen so far. There was just a little tag between Weir and Karbalov. Not an awful lot doing there, but there's a bit doing here as they go up towards Christmas. We've still got 30 seconds to go here, so they're going to get another lap at this, these two. Whether they get 2 laps at it will depend on whether the leader... Oh, a little mistake from Karbalov. He made a mistake coming out, and I don't think Weir really had anywhere to go. He was right behind him. There's a little bit of contact between the two, probably unavoidable, it has to be said. Just keep an eye on Ethan Critchley as well, because Critchley's not a million miles off this battle, is he? The 152 in 5th place. So the leaders cross the line once more. Is this the last lap? No, just missed it. Oh, we've got contact for the 156. And what a spinner is the 155. Oh, Archie Cole. So Archie Cole, who was up in 6th place, is parked up. Oh, we've got a full course yellow. So we have gone full course yellow, which means the drivers will slow down. The leader will become the pace car. I'm not sure the rest of the drivers have seen this. I would imagine we'll be full course yellow until the end of the race anyway, because it's about to be the last lap. So we've gone full course yellow. Marshals haven't got it out, have they? Have they? Not seeing many. There's a flag on start finish, but I'm not seeing many other. Oh, there's 1 or 2. One at post 5, one at post 8. So the driver should see that and he should acknowledge it, the leader. He has acknowledged it, the leader. He has a look over his shoulder, slows down, and the rest of them should be slowing down. Oh, come on, chaps. The DRS 100 is not doing a great example of what should be done here, because they should all have backed right off at this point. Leader becomes the pace car, and they should all just concertina up behind him. But it certainly looked to me like a lot of the drivers were just continuing as they went flat out. I think they've now got the message and are now just starting to cruise up behind Tristan Powell. Tristan Powell will cross the line as a race winner. They're not going to go green on the last lap. So Powell will just cruise round with them all tucked in behind him and will take the checkered flag. The full course yellow will have been because of Archie Cole's kart being in an unsafe, what's deemed to be an unsafe place. And absolutely the right decision by the officials as well. So the rest of them all just cross the line in line of stern, and that will be the end of that race. I won't be surprised if the officials might want to speak to the DRS 100 Group A drivers about what that flag actually means and what they're actually meant to do when they see it, because there was racing on for at least a lap after that flag was put out. So they finished the race as they started the last couple of laps. So Tristan Powell, the winner. James Kotchalek in second place. Liam Karbalov. That Battenberg flag, that black and yellow flag, will have been music to the ears of Liam Karbalov, who was under some pressure from Daniel Weir. Ethan Critchley in 5th, Oscar Walmsley-Jones in 6th, and Archie Potter came home in 7th place. We've got just around about 5 minutes before we get started with the DRS 100 pre-final beat. They're on the dummy grid, and they're next up. So we've made the short hop down from our commentary position just over start finish there, down to the dummy grid to see the DRS 100B group, who were just about to get their pre-final underway. We're going to jump straight onto the front row. Just going to try and speak to Charlie Ratford as he just prepares himself. He's just going to put his helmet on, so we'll let him put his helmet on before we grab a quick word with him. We'll let him do what he needs to do to get himself sorted. Charlie, a great example of if you can get yourself out the front and let everybody fall over each other, it's an easier job, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
And a fairly uneventful sort of race for you. It's been a perfect weekend so far. What's the plan from here? I suppose you want to try and continue that and try and pick up as many points as you can.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the same start as last race, pull away, let the top 4 battle with themselves and then cruise to victory, hopefully.
Very good. All the best for the race. It's a tried and tested strategy to get yourself out front and get yourself in the leader race. Let everybody else fall over each other. We'll jump on the other side of the front row to Maximilian Salarski. You've got to try and stop that happening, haven't you? Have you guys got to behave yourselves and maybe not do as much battling to stop him getting away?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
And how wary are you? Obviously, two groups. How wary of you is what's happening in the other group? I know you're not going to see them till the grand final, but I'm assuming you're watching every race. You're looking at every timesheet. You know what's going on over there.
Yeah, the other group will bring us some more battling in the final, for sure.
And in terms of you, obviously a great win at Clay Pigeon, a great position to be in the championship. You're obviously back on the front row here today. In terms of your targets now, are you starting to look at that thinking, yeah, I've got a real chance of winning this championship?
Yeah, definitely.
All the best for the race. Maximilian Salarski there, we'll try and grab one more, grab Bryn Calder because he's just in behind us. It's the same question really. I suppose you guys are involved in a battle and the race winner's disappearing in the distance. Have you guys got to change your strategy? Have you got to change your tactics to make sure he doesn't do that? Or have you got to try and pin him in the first couple of corners?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon we just have to go for him at turn 1 or something. But yeah, I think that's all we can do really.
And it drags you all back in, doesn't it? It drags you all into a race, and I suppose the longer the race then goes on, the more you feel like you've got a chance because you're in those. You can see the leader if you're not the leader yourself.
Yeah, exactly. It gives you a bit of a confidence boost when they're right there. So.
And in terms of, well, we were just asking Maximilian Salarski about the other group. How aware are you of what's going on in that other group? Obviously, you're not going to see them until 20 to 5 this afternoon, but I'm assuming you know exactly what's happening in that group as well.
Yeah, well, they all look quick, so we only find out to the final he's the quickest there. So, you can only see when you're racing, really, isn't it? So,
yeah. All the best for the race, Bryn. And that's all we've got time for down here on the grid for the DRS 100B group for their pre-final. We'll see all of the DRS guys again, one for their B final this afternoon for those who don't quite make it into the main final, and then we'll have the grand final. It'll be our last race of the day, and I'm sure it'll be a cracker. Finals, the B group. Remember, these guys are all scrapping to get into the main final as well. There's no guarantees that they'll be in the grand final. They need to be one of the top qualification places to get there. That will only hold so many drivers, and those that don't make the grand final. They'll have a B final, it used to be called a second chance final, but it's their only final for the day. It'll get them some championship points as well. But they will not qualify. If you don't qualify for the main final, you get the opportunity to continue in a race later on this afternoon, but it will be the B final race instead of the grand final. So a lot of these drivers, certainly from the mid-pack and towards the rear of the field, they'll be trying to get into that grand final and make sure they're in the showpiece race come the end of the day. Front row here could be interesting, couldn't it? Ratford and Salarski, 1 and 2. Henry Foote is behind, as is Brinkholder. They come to the line, they go first time. Ratford's got the best of the start. Here comes Henry Foote down the inside as well. Has he made it stick as they go through? There's been contact, hasn't there? They go out of our view for about 5, well, not even that, but about 2 seconds as they go into turn 1. And I can see that we've lost Henry Foote. He's certainly towards the back of the field. He's 7th or 8th place, Henry Foote. Ratford's got through fine. Brinkholder's got through in 2nd place. So there was obviously something went on. Here we go. Contact between Salarski and Foote. It was Foote who was very aggressive on the way into turn 1. And Ratford's the benefactor. So Ratford now leads. Brinkholder jumps up into 2nd place. Who's in 3rd? Is it Freddie Cox? It looks to be Freddie Cox. It is Freddie Cox. So Freddie Cox is 3rd. Then Salarski's recovered. Then Sherry-Ann Powell is up into 5th place. So I'd love to see that start again. I'd love to see that first corner again and just see exactly what had gone on with Henry Foote. When we lost him from view, he was just diving down the inside of... Oh, here we go. Some fantastic producing going on in the background here. So here we go. It's Henry Foote down the inside of Salarski. He has a little dive. Salarski tries to hold him off. Oh, there's a little... his contact isn't there. So what's happened there is Henry Foote's front bumper has got tagged into the back of Salarski's rear bumper. And for a second, they just both become passengers as the carts lock together. So that's what's happened. I don't know if there's an awful lot of blame there. It's just one of those sort of first corner, first lap incidents, to be honest. The officials may see it differently. I'm not sure there's that much in it. It has meant that they've both got some work to do to get back on terms. However, Brinkholder just gave a little wave there. Freddie Cox has gone past, but Brinkholder gave a little wave just as if to say, hang on a minute, let's just try and get on terms. Exactly the thing we talked about on the grid. Let's try and get on terms with Charlie Ratford rather than slowing each other down. It hasn't worked. Cox has gone to the inside. Calder is now... he took a big slap of the rumble strip, didn't he? Track limits warning as well for the number 7 of Brinkholder. I hope it wasn't for that instant there. I was not much sure there was much he could do about it. So Ratford, now Freddie Cox is the one that is trying to get on terms with Charlie Ratford. So Ratford hasn't had his own way. There has been squabbling behind him, but he hasn't managed to get a suitable advantage, I don't think, to get himself on terms with, away from the rest of the pack. And now the gap between him and Freddie Cox will be absolutely critical for a couple of laps. Freddie Cox on the chase here in 2nd place. Maximilian Salarski is in 3rd. Powell, who's the championship leader in Group A. We're not seeing him now. We're seeing the 2nd place championship driver, and we're seeing the winner from Clay Pigeon. Maximilian Salarski currently in 3rd place. Not really making much inroads, it has to be said, on Freddie Cox at the moment. He takes a handful of curb through the boot. There he is, the DRS plate winner. Through the right-hander over start-finish and gets his head down. The gap is... the gap is up because Ratford's turning the screw. 47 flat for Charlie Ratford, who is not having this at all from Freddie Cox. He's been super smooth at the moment, is Charlie Ratford. He's doing an excellent job at leading this race, certainly dealing with the pressure very, very well. As under investigation to Henry Foote, I assume that's for the incident on lap 1 or turn 1 of lap 1. Ratford and Cox, 1 and 2. The gap is 0.6 of a second. So Cox is going to need to find a little bit of pace that he hasn't quite shown yet to get on terms with Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford and Tristan Powell have been the 2 outstanding drivers, haven't they, of this DRS 100 field in the A and B group so far. Clean sweeps for both of them in qualifying in the first heat. And Powell, he managed to add the pre-final to that as well. If it stays like this, they will be 1 and 2 on the front row of the grid. And they're actually doing very similar lap times. So Ratford's just done another 46.8. So Ratford is pulling away here at the front. So there's nothing at the moment that Freddie Cox can do to get on terms with Charlie Ratford. There's not an awful lot in it. A 10th here, a 10th there. There's a contact warning for the 153 of Jamie Scott. So Jamie Scott down in 11th place at the moment. Maximilian Reed behind him in 12th, and Freddie Farrell ahead of them in 10th place. So Ratford, Cox, Solarski, then Bryn Calder, who dropped a couple of places from that overtaking manoeuvre from Cox a couple of laps ago. Then Daniela Sutton has just been overtaken by Henry Foote, and then Sherry-Ann Powell's behind there. Daniela Sutton's driven really well. She's made good inroads in those first two heats, shown good pace as well. And she's in a battle at the moment, as she was in the first heat as well, with Sherry-Ann Powell, with Henry Foote just ahead of them. So when we were talking on the grid to Solarski and Bryn Calder about, guys, have you maybe got to just relax a little bit in terms of all the chaos and the overtaking, and they sort of both agreed with me, and then Henry Foote just went, well, I'll do it then, if you boys won't, I'll do it. And he went down the inside into turn one, and all of a sudden Ratford was rubbing his hands together as he scampered up the hill towards Christmas, which is where he is now. First and second. There's the battle for third and fourth between Solarski and Bryn Calder. Behind them is Henry Foote. Now Henry Foote is quite pacey at the moment. He's the only driver in the 46s other than the race leader Charlie Ratford. So Ratford, Cox, Solarski, Calder and Foote, they're the top five. And Daniela Sutton would be well prepped to just try and get onto the back of Henry Foote and let Henry Foote drive her up towards the race leader. So the gap between Ratford and Freddie Cox, 1.3 seconds. He really has turned the screw, hasn't he, Charlie Ratford, at the front of this field. Really just driven away and mastered this Whilton Mill circuit. He's got a minute, just over a minute to go here. So as long as he can maintain similar lap times, similar pace, he won't be a million miles away when it comes to the checker flag, which is now under a minute from his grasp. Freddie Cox has done a good job. He did all his work fairly early on, Freddie Cox. Got himself up into second place. Let the two or three behind him squabble over third, fourth and fifth, which they're still doing now with Solarski, Calder and Foote. And Sherry-Ann Powell has got past Daniela Sutton and got herself a little gap as well. Now, what sort of times is Sherry-Ann Powell doing? She did a 47.4 last lap, but I assume that included the overtaking move on Daniela Sutton, which usually costs you a tenth or two. So Sherry-Ann Powell, 47 flat is her fastest lap of the race so far. That's maybe 3/10 slower than Ratford and Cox, who are now matching each other for 46.7s each lap. Oh, 46.5 from Ratford. That is impressive. In fact, that's faster than the qualifying time of Tristan Powell in Group A earlier this morning. So 46.5 for Ratford on lap 10 of the pre-final. That is very, very strong work indeed. The battle continues, and look at Henry Foote. We said he was getting racy, we said he had some pace as he dives to the inside and Calder tries to shut him down. I don't think he'll get the move stuck this time, he won't, but now Calder will certainly know that he's in the proximity and he's very, very dangerous indeed behind him. So Calder trying to hold on to that fourth place. Probably any chance of him getting on terms with Solarski are probably now gone as we head towards the final lap of the race. Ratford then out front, cool, calm and collected into turn one. Here is the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Sherry-Ann Powell is sixth and Sutton is seventh. Sam Halley-Hinksman up to eighth and Ben Hoy is ninth and Freddie Farrell is 10th. Through the right-hander, the pair of right-handers that take you down to the bottom part of the circuit. All the camber now goes downhill from here, which is why Chapman's this corner's so tricky. It drops away from you on the exit off camber. We've seen plenty of drivers running wide there this weekend already. Through the right-hander and over the start-finish line. Charlie Ratford then wins the pre-final. It's a clean sweep for him so far. Well, somebody's unbeaten record's going to go, isn't it? Is it going to be Tristan Powell? Is it going to be Charlie Ratford? It's going to be one of them in the grand final. They will be a front row, you would imagine. Second place for Freddie Cox. Good drive from him. Max Salarski recovered from the incident with Henry Foote on the first lap. Henry Foote recovered as well, back to fifth. Bryn Calder was the meat in the sandwich of those two. Sherian Powell home in sixth and Daniela Sutton home in seventh place.
Oh, you put it to him?
I will put it to him again.
Ah, I was going to say, did you tell him? Put it to him if you didn't tell him.
More, you know what I mean?
More like a job.
Because he's out like going to work every day. He's a business man.
You never sent me a bill. And I haven't charged anyone for one. You sent me a bill.
How many do you want? He doesn't need to send you an invoice.
Yeah, we'll be paying double bubble.
Telling me about it today, about things like media, they get a diet, daily training.
These trainers, they used to be really cool. Now, when I wear them all the time, they've got no comfort at all.
The butler they have in the awning.
How long until we go out?
2 minutes. 2 minutes, mate, yeah. 3 o'clock on the but Mark will just ask for a call for Lewis.
Are you going into the road or not?
And it can have some lights and stuff.
It's going to be about 1,400, 1,500 quid. Plus the entry, plus the base tire. So I reckon it'll be about £2 grand. Plus whatever you use at the races. You shouldn't have gone to Vegas now, October the 16th.
Is that the first race?
That's the Sunday.
That's the last day.
That's the grand final. Yeah.
So it's 3 days before that.
Yes, so you get the car Wednesday morning, practice Wednesday afternoon, practice Thursday, practice qualifying Friday, Saturday race, Sunday, if you get full.
So you don't race Sunday if you don't get it.
You'll be in RB. Really long.
So, our next pre-final, the DRS 62s. And you will notice in terms of the grid that the DRS plate of Jack Robinson starts third, and the reason for that is there was a penalty applied from the first heat for that incident, or those couple of incidents involving himself and Oscar Walsh. So Harley Drake is the beneficiary of that. He moves up second on the grid. Bailey Wolf is fourth on the grid. Row 3 is Nat Johnston and Oliver Harrison, and Ewan Scott and Oscar Cole on row 4. So I think we probably expect this to be Walsh and Robinson again. But can Harley Drake get involved? Can Bailey Wolf get involved? It would certainly help back things up if Harley Drake was to get the jump in the first couple of corners. We've got one car still on the dummy grid, the 124 of Dorian Malik. So Dorian Malik's had a good day so far in terms of pace and performance, but he can't get started at the moment. We'll go around again and give him the best possible chance of getting started. And I can promise there is no worse feeling than being sat there like that, being fairly helpless in terms of what you can do. whilst everybody busies around and tries to fix the problem. At the moment, they're not having much success with the 1-2-4. And there will be a point when the officials deem that Dorian Malik will not be able to start the race. They're still trying to get him going, but the rest of them are already on their way round to start this race. Will they go again? Will they go around for another formation lap and give him a chance, or are they going to go this time? Let's see. I don't think that's starting. I think they could go this time. Let's have a look. Lights are red. Do we go this time? No, we don't. We go around again. So we're going round again. Oh, they fixed it. Super timing. Dorian Malik is back in this race. So he will now scamper round as quickly as he possibly can to rejoin the rest of the field. So Oscar Walsh, who will dictate the pace here. Harley Drake will do his best to get into that first corner first, or at least be alongside as they head down towards turn one. Keep your eye out for Jack Robinson from the second row. He will certainly be keen to have a little look down the inside into the opening corner here at Crook. And then they'll sort themselves out up the back straight, up the fine lady as they call it here, towards Christmas Corner. So Walsh and Drake, 1 and 2. Robinson just in behind them in third. Then Johnston. Will we go? Yes, we do. Lights are green. It's actually a very good start from the 1-2-1 of Harley Drake, and he has got the drop, so a superstar from Harley Drake, and Walsh is then demoted into second, but for how long as he goes to the inside? He will take that second place away. Drake tucks back in to third. Here comes Robinson then on to Drake to try and find a way through as they head down for the first time towards the Ashby corner. This right-hander off camber falls away from you on the exit, as does Chapman's the next one as well. Here comes Robinson into second, and he has made it stick as well. We know that Robinson is excellent around Parker's. We know he's great around Chapman's. And he's managed to make it stick in the first of those two corners. The rest of them are squabbling over third, fourth and fifth. But all of a sudden, we've got the battle that everybody wanted to see again. It's Walsh who leads. It's Robinson in second place. Over the line they go. 1 lap completed here. We've got 8 minutes of this race, plus that one final lap still to go. So the big movers on the first couple of laps. What a good start for Jenson Woodhouse. He's got up from 20th to 13th in 1 lap, and Cruz Dalton from 14th to 11th. Penalty for Harley Drake for a jump start. Wow, I said he got a good start. No, was that good? So Harley Drake then, we've said how well his start had been. He's going to receive a penalty for jumping the start. So just shows how important it is that they hold line astern, they keep to the positions that they're meant to be in. He got the better of it, and there's another penalty for the 110 as well of Indigo Pickering. So Indigo Pickering, who's in 12th place, I assume that's for something similar. So Indigo Pickering and Harley Drake both receiving penalties. But let's look at our front two. We've 5 or 6 minutes of this to enjoy. So if you're watching from home, sit back, relax, and just enjoy these two. Both really high caliber young drivers, these two. Both very, very good at what they do. But there has been some previous here today already between Walsh and Robinson, and they're 1 and 2 at the moment as they flick round the boot and then through the right-hander of Paddock Corner. Absolutely nothing between them then. as they head down. Now I wonder if Robinson will wait this time. So he showed his hand very early in the first heat, almost allowed Walsh to work it out and to defend that little bit more aggressively when he needed to. Will Robinson just sit there now? It's the same situation as they were in just a couple of hours ago. So when will he show his cards this time? He's got no pressure from behind. He's got Nat Johnston in third place. He's got Bailey Wolf in there as well, and Benjamin Baker is in the top 5. Front 2 head into the boot once more. No change on this occasion. A little bit of smoke puffs from the exhaust of Oscar Walsh. Green helmet, number 3, third in last year's championship. Looking to go not 1 but 2 better this time round, Oscar Walsh. He's at the top of the tree for it as well. He's got the maximum points so far from this championship in terms of the first round. He was certainly on form at Clay Pigeon in the wet conditions. And uncharacteristically, Jack Robinson wasn't that weekend. It was Ewan Scott who was the biggest challenge to Oscar Walsh 3 weeks ago. Ewan Scott finds himself down in 7th place at the moment. He's having a weekend to forget here at Whilton Mill in terms of both pace and track position. So under investigation comes number 6. So Oliver Harrison in 12th place under investigation as well. So move a little bit further back. There's a challenge for 4th between Nat Johnson and Benjamin Baker. Baker tried to go down the inside on the way into paddock, which is a risky move. He didn't make it stick. They're both still circling in 4th and 5th. Bailey Wolf is in 3rd. Here are the front 2. When does this move come? I have no doubt it will come from Jack Robinson. Who wins the battle of the racecraft between these two? At what point does it get a little bit fraught like it did in the first heat earlier on today? Another puff of smoke from the engines as they go around the boot and head down towards the right-hander at Paddock Bend. Oh, he thought he was going to have a little look there, Robinson. He almost shifted, didn't he? He almost shifted alongside as they went down, start, finish. Decided better of it. They now come up the hill. Penalty for 127. So Jensen Woodhouse, we talked about how well he'd done to get up through the field. He's now got a penalty applied. He's in 15th place, so he had lost a couple of places as well. 2 minutes to go here. Penny for your thoughts, Jack Robinson. When do you make this move? Where do you make this move? Undoubtedly, the officials will be very, very aware of these two. Obviously, they have the benefit of all the action replays as well through the live streaming. Robinson, here he goes, down the inside into turn 1, surely not. Is he going to make it stick in there? The two of them come round. Has he made it stick? No, he hasn't made it stick. Not just yet. But I like his thinking. He's gone for something different. He's gone for something a little bit out there on Oscar Walsh. Tried to catch him almost unawares as they went down the start-finish straight and into Crook last time round. What have we got left? 1:20. So now I would expect Robinson to be putting some more pressure on here. I would expect more moves from Robinson. I don't think he can leave this to the last minute. He's going to try and go down the inside. There's going to be contact. Walsh goes around the outside. There is contact between the two of them. Walsh is going to... Ooh, there's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Can Walsh get back on terms now? I think Robinson was probably... Here we go. Yeah, that move's complete for me. I don't think there actually is any contact. Super move, Jack Robinson. Super move. Contact warning for Oscar Cole as well. Where are the front two? Here are the front two. Heading up towards Christmas. We've still got probably two laps to go after this one, I think. Can Walsh get on terms? He's got the pace, hasn't he? He's still half a car length or so behind. Robinson's mindset will be very clear. No mistakes. Make sure you hit every apex. Make sure you get every racing line perfect. and just try and keep this little buffer that I've got at the moment to keep me away from Oscar Walsh. If he wins this race, he's timed it perfectly. And what we do like about the DRS 62 drivers is they generally pick up the information quickly. They learn about how to do certain things, and he has learned from the first session. Here is the move again. Gets alongside on the way into the left-hander at the boot. I think at this point here, the move is complete. At that point there, the deal is done. And Oscar Walsh doesn't really have much option but to back out of the challenge, although he's still there or thereabouts. Here is the battle a little bit further on for third, fourth and fifth. They're going at it, aren't they? The likes of Wolf and Baker and Johnston, and just behind them is Oscar Cole. I think Robinson's done his work here. I think he's got enough of an advantage. We'll look at this battle for a moment for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, as Baker tries to attack Nat Johnston for fourth. We are on to the last lap, and Robinson has managed to break the spirit of Oscar Walsh. He's managed to get himself 2 or 3 kart lengths of an advantage over Oscar Walsh, and at the moment there is no reply from Walsh as Wolf goes over in third place. That's probably where the battle's going to be on this last lap. Here they come up the hill. It is Wolf who leads. Into the inside comes Baker on the 5 of Johnston. Leader then is coming round. He's got a back marker to deal with. That could be interesting for the race leader. They're coming up to a back marker. I'm not sure he'll quite get there as the back marker is just entering the boot now. I think he's going to be okay. Jack Robinson as he comes round the final corner, and Robinson is going to win it then. So Jack Robinson wins the pre-final for the DRS 62. Second place for Oscar Walsh. Held him at bay for as long as he could. The battle continues to rage in behind. I thought it was going to be Bailey Wolf. I don't think it is now though. It's down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He is, and Wolf's going to lose a load of place on the last corner because Nat Johnston picked his pocket. Benjamin Baker came home just behind him. Oscar Cole was in 5th. Bailey Wolf actually in the end finished down in 6th place. It was Ashton Redpath in 7th, with Ewan Scott in 8th and Cruz Dalton in 9th. Harley Drake finished in 10th place, and we'll be down on the dummy grid in just a moment for the pre-final for the DRS 125s. So down on the grid with the DRS 125s, our senior class. A couple of drivers I want to speak to in this field if I can. I've got to find them first. So let's go and find who do we want to speak to. So I'm really keen to speak to Firaz Bilbit. He's over here. And I'm keen to ask about qualifying today. Firaz, if I can just steal a moment of your time. Tell me about qualifying, because I watched qualifying this morning and thought it worked for different people in different ways, in different classes, not going out at the same time as everyone else and trying to... I mean, what was the rationale? Is it a tyre saving thing? Is it, I mean, you did your fastest lap on your second lap. You could have packed it up after that, could you?
Yeah, I mean, after 4 laps, I mean, me personally, I that's it. I think that's the best you can get out of the tyre. There's not a lot of degradation here, but you might as well save the tyre for the final. It's 12 laps. It's a long race.
Yeah, and I suppose that is the benefit of it. Even if you haven't quite got where you want it to be in terms of time, I suppose you do know that come 3, 4, 5 laps from the end of the grand final, you might have just that little bit more than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'll push until the very last lap. So from my perspective, if other drivers are getting tired, then all the better.
I'll leave you to go and see the clerk of the course, because he looks like he wants everybody down there at the moment. So the drivers are just having a minute with the clerk of the course to discuss something. We'll be quiet for a second and let them have a little chat.
They didn't disqualify because everybody saw it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I will. So the drivers were, I think, just warned of contact. I think they just had a little pre-briefing from the clerk of the course. The other driver I want to go and see if I can find him is the young man at the back here. So we're going to go and have a quick chat with Anthony Amato. Anthony, you are here through a different set of circumstances to everyone else. How did you end up here?
It was quite an interesting scenario. Chain came off, driving a bit too fast, I reckon.
And what was it? Did you clip a curb? Did you go over a bit of a rumble strip? Do you know why it happened?
I would assume it's because I ran a curb a bit too hard, and the chain just came off from there.
And there's no worse feeling, is it, when you just lose all your drive and you're effectively just a passenger there. Tell us how you came to be here today, because obviously unbelievable pace this morning in qualifying, and bear in mind, you haven't been in the series at Clay Pigeon and you're new to the series. How did you end up coming to us this weekend?
Well, it's quite a long story, to be honest, but I came here because I won the Club 100 Championship, so they let me come and have a go in the Ricciardo Series, and I did a bit of racing when I was younger as well.
And did you expect to have that sort of pace that you had this morning?
No comment.
Okay, so this will be interesting, because obviously he's on the ball. Sorry, I'm attacking one of the mechanics here. He'll be on the back of the grid here, and he has probably the most pace of all the drivers so far. So keep an eye on the 317. It promises to be an absolutely cracking DRS 125 pre-final, and we'll be back with it in a few moments' time. So the last of the pre-finals is the 15:20 and bang on schedule as well. DRS 125 pre-final. So our senior drivers, and a really interesting mix here, a really interesting proposition with the fastest man in qualifying effectively starting from the back of the field due to a lost chain in the first heat. So certainly expect for Anthony Amato, the Club 100 winner, here on a guest drive effectively. Expect him to come through the field. Now the problem he's going to have is by the time he gets there, Tom Snape or some of the drivers at the front of this field, Tommy Welsh or Oliver Owen, they could be well down the road. So even though there's only 13 of these karts out there, He's going to need an unbelievable start to get himself into range here. He's already giving up 10-15 kart lengths before he crosses the start-finish line to start the race. So, tough ask, not impossible, but a tough ask nonetheless. I wonder what's going through the mind of the championship leader, Oliver Owen, who's got a 9-point championship lead over Mark Lawrence and Jack Rigg. How strong will Firas Bilbezi come on in the grand final with a little bit fresher tyre behind him? So Snape on the inside of the front row with Welsh alongside him. They come to the lights change to green, and that's probably the best start we've had all day, I would have thought, in terms of looking like it should do. And Tom Snape has got the best of it as he heads up the hill for the first time. Behind him is Welsh. Behind them looks like Oliver Owen in third place. Oh, there's contact further back. It involves Mark Lawrence, number 7. Who's the other driver involved? It's the 183. It's the 183 of Ben Gartside. So Gartside and Lawrence, 6th and 7th at the time. Both right at the back of this field. Both had some contact into Christmas. And they find themselves at the back of the field. Here is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And look at who has just moved up, or trying to move up, into 5th place. It's no other than Anthony Amato, who's made a wonderful start. He made 8 places on the first lap. So we said he had to do something unbelievable. I think he probably has done something unbelievable. He's now attacking again. Will he go through? He will go through. Now then, just keep an eye on Anthony Amato. The other driver who's had an unbelievable start is JJ McGing. He's up into 4th place. He made 7 places on the first lap. He's just lost that 4th place to Amato, but nonetheless a super start from him. Now the question is, this gap's pretty big already between Tom Snape in 1st and Amato in 4th. That's the gap we probably need to see and monitor, because we know Amato's got an absolute bucket full of pace. A little bit wide from Tommy Welsh as he went through to start finish. Probably right on the edge of what's permitted from a track limits perspective, as this battle continues for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and McGing is holding them off as best he can. He's holding off the likes of Oliver Owen and Jack Rigg and Carl Watt and Firas Bilbezi, and then Roberto Minoni is just behind that group as well. Kurt Fordry is 11th, and then it's Mark Lawrence and Ben Gartside who were both involved in that first corner incident. Fastest man on the circuit is now Cody Eustace, 47 flat for him last time round. So this set of lap times will be really interesting to us. So Snape goes through on a 46.6, 47.7 and 9, 46.5 for Amato. So Eustace and Welsh were busy squabbling over 2nd place at the time, so discount their lap times. Amato has now done the fastest lap of the race so far. And JJ McGing is still continuing to hold off this gaggle of karts behind him. So Snape, Eustace, Welsh, Amato, and then what a battle in behind. Jack Rigg, JJ McGing, Oliver Owen, Carl Watt, Bilbezi, Fordry and Minoni all absolutely together. Now we've got a battle going on for 12th and 13th between Lawrence and Garside right at the back of this field. Here they go again, this group, with Owen trying to get past McGing, and he's doing stellar defensive work, is JJ McGing, isn't he, just to keep them all behind. He worked so hard on the opening lap. Why would he not try and protect some of those places? Into the left-hander at Chapman's once more, and then along the back straight. He might struggle to keep him behind here. Looks to the inside as they go into the boot. They flick right and right again over start-finish line. And to complete the lap, a little bit ragged from McGing, and they came across the back marker as well, didn't they? Or was it, did they come across somebody who had a problem there? Lost power, yeah, it looked like somebody lost power, didn't it? Where have they stopped on the There we go. Number 6 is Jack Rigg. So Rigg out of 4th place. He's not happy at all. Shows his frustration. Looks like he's got his power back though, doesn't he? Looks okay now. So not quite sure what happened there. But it seems to be... Oh, there's contact. There is contact there between McGing and Owen, I think. And they've all concertinaed back up again. Super battle between these DRS 125 drivers. Giving us a real spectacle here. And Amato is past Tommy Welsh as well, up into 3rd. So let's just have a quick look at this battle now between... So Snape is out front, no danger to him at the moment. He's got a 3.2 second lead. Unless something happens, mechanical or a major driver error from Tom Snape, he's going to be okay. Cody Eustace under some pressure though. And I'd love to see a front row of Anthony Amato and Tom Snape in the final. Here is the move between McGing and the DRS of Firaz Bilbezi. I don't think any of them came out of that particularly well. So Cody Eustace is losing about half a second a lap to Anthony Amato at the moment. So Amato is going to be in range probably the next minute or so as they head down the hill and into the lower aspect of the circuit. I'm just watching the two of them as they come through Parker's and into Chapman's. Snape it is who leads then. He's got the short straight between Parker and Chapman's between himself and Cody Eustace. Cody Eustace is under all kinds of pressure now from Anthony Amato for second place. And Amato's down the inside and he's made it stick, has he? There's a little bit of contact between him and Cody Eustace. But Anthony Amato, just off camera to you at the moment, Anthony Amato is through into second place here. Now, the only thing we're interested in now is the gap between Snape and Amato. If Amato really turned the screw, penalty for 320 JJ McGing, so some of that overtaking has obviously, some of that defensive work has probably been a little bit overzealous. A warning for 314 Cody Eustace as well. He tagged the back of Anthony Amato last time round. So Snape, Amato, Welsh. Cody Eustace, who actually dropped behind Welsh because of that contact with Anthony Amato. So what did Amato take out of Tom Snape last time? A 10th of a second between the two of them. 3/10 further back to Tommy Welsh and then Cody Eustace. Oliver Owen. Kurt Ford has driven superbly, hasn't he? Up to 6th place. Carl Watt as well, making places up into 7th. Bill Basie is 8th. McGing is 9th now. Mark Lawrence and Ben Gartside are slowly picking their way back through the traffic. We've got a yellow flag over start finish as well. So something down in turn 1, or someone down in turn 1. So the front two then have completed another lap. They'll actually be on their last lap next time round. So lap and a half to go as you look at Bill Basie just on the back of Carl Watt. He's the driver that we thought would have the best tyres, the best chance of tyres towards the end of this race, as looks like the number 6 of Jack Rigg. And there's the 183 of Ben Gartside trying to find a way past JJ McGing. He's managed to make it stick on the right-hander. And we're on the final lap now for our race leader. So Tom Snape, so he did a 46.3 last time. Amato did a 46.4. Nothing between these two. Their fastest laps are separated by 700ths of a second. So if we get these two on the front row for the final, it could be a very, very entertaining race between the two of them. Snape, Amato, Welsh, Eustace and Owen. That's your top 5 number. Oliver Owen is the championship leader, but he might be relinquishing that to Tom Snape at the moment, if he can pick up another race win here, which it looks like he's going to do as he comes through the final corner for the final time. And Tom Snape wins the pre-final for the DRS 125s. Anthony Amato from the back of the grid all the way through to second place. It was Tommy Welsh in third, Cody Eustace in fourth. I think Oliver Owen is just about to come through into fifth. Indeed he has. So that's your top 5 for the DRS 125s, and that's all your pre-finals complete. We'll be back in a few moments' time with our one and only B final, which is the 29 minutes time, the 20-4 DRS 100B final, and it's 3 grand finals starting off at 4 o'clock. I'll see you then.
Sorry, mate, sorry. Puts down the seat. Left watch start. She can't overtake before that yellow line.
Does that mean she's last for the final?
Well, if that's what she has done, she's left to learn.
No, I'm happy with that, mate. But I don't
So the B final, the one and only B final that we have this weekend for the DRS 100 drivers, 10 minutes plus a lap for this B final. There's an award for the winner of this race as well at the presentation. The presentation is scheduled for 5:15 later on tonight. So this is the opportunity for a further race for the drivers who didn't quite make the grand final for the DRS 100s. 10 minutes plus a lap shootout for these 8 drivers. And following this, we've got the 3 main events, the 3 grand finals, the DRS 62 at 4 o'clock, the DRS 125 at 20 past 4, and the DRS 100 at 20 to 5. Our last 3 races of the day, and all of them actually teed up to be very interesting battles indeed. And you can follow us live on our Facebook page, the Daniel Ricciardo Series Facebook page. There's a live stream of today's footage, as does our YouTube channel. You can use those mediums to get in touch with us here. And we're about to get underway with the B final for the DRS 100s, the most subscribed class that we have this year. And Aaron Mensah, one of the drivers at the front of this field, certainly wouldn't associate Aaron Mensah with being in a B final, but he's had a tough weekend so far. Jamie Scott as well, both had really tough weekends. Jamie Scott had excellent pace at Clay Pigeon, graduate of the DRS 62 class from last year, one of the top runners in DRS 62. So they head through the top corner for the first time. It's Mensah who has the advantage over Jamie Scott. Rowan Marsden, another driver who's had a tough weekend so far this weekend. Ben Thorley is 4th, and then Tuscany Groves and Eldon Holland. Eldon Holland was the driver that lost a wheel earlier on in one of the races earlier on. As the 8 of them stream through to complete their first lap. Remember, it's a 10 minutes plus a lap race. Probably around 12 laps of this Whilton Mill circuit for these drivers, as the leaders head up towards the Christmas corner once more. They flick round to the right and then left again, and then all of a sudden the whole circuit just drops away from you and comes all downhill through this right-hander here at Ashby, then through Parker's. It drops again through the Chapman corner, the left-hander, and then from there it's a short straight and into the final complex of the lap, which is the boot and the pit corner, and then the brown to complete another lap once more. Here is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and a close battle between Marsden and Holland. In fact, Eldon Holland's made an excellent start up to 4th place. Ben Thorley is 5th. Joe Wood, Tuscany Groves and Jake Woodrow are the rest of the top 8. And they've completed 2 laps. Aaron Mensah is the front runner and race leader. He's also the man with the fastest lap, a 48.324. some half a second quicker than Jamie Scott. So 48.324 for Mensah, 48.770 for Scott last time. He's going even quicker this time as Mensah, 48.283. So 8 drivers in this B final, and all still circling at the moment. A lovely little battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment, led by Rome Marsden. Previously, these used to be repechage finals where the top 4 went through to the grand final. Won't quite work like that anymore. This is a race of its own merit, with an award of its own merit and for championship points as well. As they head over start-finish. He's doing a good job, isn't he, Rome Marsden, at just holding off this group of karts behind him. There's some 5-second gap between Mensah and Marsden, 1st and 3rd. Look at them, almost 3 abreast as they come up to Christmas once more. And this time, the 139 of Rome Marsden holds them off again. And the next one to have a go will be Eldon Holland, who's up into 4th place. As they go through Parker's, down the hill once more, left again through Chapman's. And then it's a short straight up to the boot. Very difficult to overtake in here. Not too much pressure on Rome Marsden through those couple of corners. But he will face a little bit as they go out of turns 1 and 2 and head up the long straight. The best overtaking opportunity on the circuit is just about to come up at the top of this hill now. He's done well at keeping him at bay, hasn't he? He's done a super job. No change out front, Aaron Mensah. 48.253 last time round. That's a tenth slower than his personal best of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race as well. Jamie Scott in 2nd place. So Mensah, Scott, Marsden, Holland, Thorley, Wood, Groves and Woodrow. That's your 8 runners at the moment, and this is the battle for 3rd. Still no change, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Leader is now some 3.6 second advantage for Aaron Mensah. And he's doing a super job, just pulling away nice and smooth. I mean, he's in terms of pace, Aaron Mensah is around about a second a lap faster than everybody out there, other than Jamie Scott, where he's only about 8/10 of a second faster than Jamie Scott. Well, this will be one of the best rearguard actions that Whilton Mill has seen if Rome Marsden can hold off Eldon Holland and Ben Thorley for the remaining 4 minutes of this lap. He's doing a super job at it at the moment, isn't he, making that Daniel Ricciardo kart very, very wide indeed. Making himself very tricky to find a way past, is that young man. Three minutes plus that one final lap for this DRS 100 B final. Remember the main final for the DRS 1. Oh, we've got contact there. And the 163 of Ben Thorley over the grass. That's just going to spread that little battle out of the front few. Let's just pick them up as they go over start finish for any changes. Here it is then. Oh, what do we think of that? I don't know if he just moved over to take the racing line, did Rowan Marsden, and in doing so, Ben Thorley was just there. I didn't think he'd actually know he was there, and then Eldon Holland was there, and then Ben Thorley just got caught up in the aftermath of it. What it has allowed is it's allowed a little bit of breathing room for Rowan Marsden. So all that rear guard action has worked out an absolute treat for him. Because now he's in a nice little pocket of space. In fact, the front three are all very nicely spread out for the remaining 2 minutes or so of this race. It'll be a good return for Rowan Marsden to pick up a top 3 finish in the B final. I'm sure none of these drivers wanted or expected to be in this B final, but that's where they are, and all they can do is make the best of it by getting as many championship points under their belt as they can. Aaron Mensah 47.7, fastest of everybody out there at the moment by some distance as well, it has to be said. So Mensah, Jamie Scott in second. Third, Rowan Marsden, Ben Thorley, Jake Rudrow is up ahead of Tuscany Groves and into 5th. And then Eldon Holland just recovering from that earlier incident into 7th. And Joe Wood is the last of the runners. In fact, Joe Wood has only done 8 of the 11 laps so far. There is Aaron Mensah. He's got 30 seconds plus a lap. In fact, he should cross the time in being before the time is up. Yeah, 21 seconds to go. So next time round will be Aaron Mensah's last lap of this B final. Been a fairly processional few minutes for the front three. Jamie Scott's driven well consistently, but it's been a fairly lonely trip towards second place in the B final for him. Third will be Rowan Marsden, I'm sure, although Rowan Marsden's now got Ben Thorley for company. So is Ben Thorley going to be able to do what the likes of Eldon Holland couldn't do? Keep an eye on these two. In fact, we nearly did it into paddock corner. That's the battle at the moment. This is the battle. It's going to be the last lap as well. So the battle then is for third. So Aaron Mensah, Jamie Scott are down the road at the moment. No question of those finishing places, I don't think. But the battle is, can Rowan Marsden, and I'm sure he can, because he's done it for most of the race anyway, can he just hold off the advances of Ben Thorley? Thorley is significantly quicker. He's reeled him in sort of 2 seconds over the last 5 or 6 laps. He goes defensive. Will he try and get him on the way through the left-hander at Charlie's? He might get a run down the inside here, you know. Here we go then. He is going to get a run down the inside. Will he make it stick? No, it's quite aggressive defence, it has to be said, from Rowan Marsden. But he's done it well, and he's going to come home into third place in the B final. The winner of the B final is Aaron Mensah. Second, Jamie Scott. Rowan Marsden with an excellent rearguard action for third, and a punch in the air as well. Ben Thorley into 4th. Tuscany Groves in 5th. Jake Woodrow is 6th. Eldon Holland 7th, and Joe Wood is 8th. So we're back on the grid for the first of our grand finals. The DRS 62s, our youngest drivers, are about to kick us off with 3 fantastic final races. The DRS 62s, the 100s, the 125s, big grand finals with everything still to play for. And they're all set up for some excellent battles as well. We've got the front row that we probably expected for the DRS 62s. And it certainly looks like Jack Robinson's just got the pace edge over Oscar Walsh. So will Oscar Walsh try and just keep him at bay for a few laps? That's been the theme of the earlier races, where he's tried to keep him at bay for as long as he can and tried to counter-attack him once he's found a way through. We're going to jump a little bit further back through the field. I wanted to grab a chat with Bailey Wolfe, if I can, who's on the inside of the third row, our top rookie as well. Bailey, another really good showing this weekend. It must be doing you a lot of good and giving you a lot of confidence to be able to mix it with some of these drivers.
Yeah, I'm very happy I'm up here between all the Supras and got a lot of confidence, hope to win this championship.
Absolutely, and what's realistic from here? Because you've shown the pace, I suppose, to be on the main podium. Is that the target?
Yeah.
Absolutely, we wish you all the best of luck. So our top rookie from the day so far certainly is Bailey Wolfe. We're just going to head over and speak to Ewan Scott as well, who's on the outside of row 4 in 8th place. Ewan, probably not the weekend that you would have wanted so far. What do you put it down to?
I'm just going to try and get through the pack because my car hasn't been doing so well all through the weekend.
And I suppose when you're in a position like this, it's just a case of trying to pick up as many points as you can, probably getting out of Whilton Mill as quickly as you can and focusing on the next round.
Yeah.
In terms of this circuit, it's quite a bumpy ride out there. Is it a circuit that you enjoy?
It's not my favourite track, but I do like the track.
Would you rather be in the rain at Clay Pigeon?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Certainly showed better at Clay Pigeon. Wish him all the best as well. So the DRS 62s, 21 of them all ready to go for our first grand final of the day here at round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, cheers, Ange. Open mouth goes on your lap.
I'm pretty sure you had one earlier, didn't you?
No, it wasn't me. It was another guy.
First grand final of the day, 3 of them to come, and this is the DRS 62s. So they stream onto circuit, the DRS 62s. They are led by Jack Robinson from the inside of the front row. I think this is a race of strategy. I think it's a race of whether they can keep Robinson at bay and how long can they keep Robinson at bay. There's no doubt that Oscar Walsh has got comparative pace. but he just hasn't had that extra edge, has he? He hasn't had that last little bit that Robinson seems to have at the end of races, just to pull himself away. They're not going to go this time, they'll go round again for another rolling lap. So round they come then. Start could be critical here, absolutely critical. Walsh has got to try and get the jump, I think, on Robinson. Even better if he could get Robinson back a couple of places and back amongst the pack. That would be a perfect start for Oscar Walsh. What he doesn't want is he doesn't want to lose any places himself. And allow, if Robinson gets away here and gets a little gap in the first couple of laps, I think that could be the race won. The start is critical. 12 minutes plus a lap here to go for the DRS 62 Grand Final. They're looking pretty well formed. We've got one at the back of the field which looks like it's going to stop. What do they do now? What do they do now? They're going to go around again. So the issue with the kart on the adjacent straight to the start-finish line. I'm trying to see who it is. It might be Tyler Wilson, is it? Is it Tyler Wilson, the 91? Looks like it. They're trying to get him restarted now, which they have done. Now, I would suggest this might need 2 more rolling laps because he's never going to catch that. He's never going to catch the back of that up, back of the pack up before they come back round again. Unless they can get him through a shortcut, which would make sense. There is a couple of different configurations to this Whilton Mill circuit. It was Tyler Wilson, the driver involved. So because there's some different configurations, they could certainly give him a little shortcut, point him to a little shortcut through the pack. Now will they go again? They sent him all the way around, have they? Now if they sent him through the cut through now, he'd be ahead of them. So he's going to have to go all the way around. I think he's on the back row anyway, so I don't think it's going to make much difference to the start of this race. So then, Robinson and Walsh, Johnston and Harley Drake, then Bailey Wolfe and Oscar Cole, Harrison and Ewan Scott, Dorian Malik and Ashton Redpath. They are the top 11 drivers for this DRS 62 Grand Final. Robinson and Walsh, they're the box office here. Can Oscar Walsh keep Jack Robinson at bay, certainly in the early part of this race? Here they come to the line, the lights are on red. Do we go green? We are racing here, and it looks like Robinson's got the best of the starts. Walsh is going to try and go around the outside. Can he find a way through in turn 1? No, he can't. He will go on the attack, though, I am sure, at the top of this hill to Christmas. Robinson goes to the inside to defend. Here comes Walsh down the outside. He's not going to make it happen, I don't think. He has got to attack now, you would imagine. He is right there as they go down the hill towards the right-hander for the very first time. This is critical time for this race. Robinson has pace, so it looks like we've got some contact at the top of the circuit as well. The 110 of Indigo Pickering, and there's a few other drivers involved as well. What happens here? They are going to get restarted. No, one of them isn't going to get restarted at the top of this. In fact, 2 of them not restarted at the top of the circuit. I wonder if they'll go full course yellow here, because one of them's in a really awkward position. One of them is in a really awkward position on the way out of Christmas Corner. I'll be surprised if they don't go full course yellow on that. There's a waved yellow on the way into Christmas. It is full course yellow, so yes, as we expected. Now, that will work for Oscar Walsh. So full course yellow, everyone will start to slow. Everyone will start to slow. They'll all concertina up behind each other. and we will effectively have a pace car situation where Jack Robinson becomes the pace car. He dictates the pace. It will be around about 50 to 70% of race pace. And then we will have a restart. Now, who does this work best for? I don't think that Robinson was far enough away to think that he'd done the work. I think that he still had Oscar Walsh within a tenth or two, although there was a 2/10 swing on the last lap in terms of lap time between the two of them. So how many laps will we get under this? I'm just trying to eavesdrop on the official radio just to see when we might get a restart here. And I think we will get a restart. I mean, the karts are in a safe place. Yeah, they're looking at the marshals. They're all taking their flags in. So we will get a green on start finish, which means nobody can overtake before the line. How does Robinson play this then? Does he try and back them all up? Does he try and get a little sprint off the last corner? I would imagine he'll know. Oh, will he know? Because there's still a flag out at 6. There's no flag at 7 or 8. Well, there is one at 8. So yeah, he's probably not going to know it's green until he comes round to the start-finish line. Right, get ready for a restart then. The time is still ticking. We've now got 8.5 minutes to go of the 12 minutes plus a lap grand final. They've seen Andy Cox. That probably gives you a good indication. Andy Cox waving at you would tell me we're about to get started again. Here we go then. Robinson will have a long look down this main straight and he'll do everything he can to keep Walsh at bay. Here they go then. They hit the accelerators. It is a restart. Walsh onto the back then of Robinson. The attack will come at Christmas. It won't come now. It'll come as they exit this corner and head up the long straight. Here will go Walsh. Will he try and force it down the inside? No, he doesn't. He goes to the outside. He'll try and cut back as they drop through Christmas and down the hill. Here he comes then on the outside this time. Can't make it stick. It's a much tidier line from Jack Robinson. And has he seen off the advances of Oscar Walsh, who got a little handful of understeer as well as he went through the right-hander at Ashby. That will have cost him a tenth or two. That could be all that Jack Robinson needs as he goes through Chapman's and heads down the short back straight here. The gap is about 2 or 3 kart lengths between the two of them. Through the boot once more. Walsh has got to do something now, you would imagine. I don't think he can afford to watch and sit in behind Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson has that little bit more pace than him, we think, around this Whilton Mill circuit. He's taken 2/10 out of him on that lap alone. How close can he get at the top of here? Is it worth a lunge from Walsh? He's close enough. Decides not to do it. That might have been a chance for Oscar Walsh. He's certainly got more top end speed than Jack Robinson. And then Jack Robinson spends the rest of the lap just edging away from him, corner after corner after corner. The difference for Walsh is at the top of the main straight. That's where he's got his pace. That's where he's got the power to find a way through. And to be fair to him, he is right there now as they go through the left-hander and onto this short straight towards start finish. He almost pushes him into the boot, lets him know he's there. This lap belongs to Walsh. He's got himself back in contention with Robinson. Will he have a look over start finish? Certainly had enough power, decided not to do it. Will he triumph? Or he can't do it because of the yellow flag. That's why Oscar Walsh couldn't make the move, because there was a yellow flag in play. He goes to the outside again. Surely he's not going to try and stick it around the outside into Christmas, is he? No, he's not. Robinson and Walsh, 1 and 2 behind them. Bailey Wolf has found his way. The top rookie has now found himself in 3rd place overall. What a super drive what a super weekend from Bailey Wolf. Has he got the pace? What are they doing lap time wise? No, he hasn't. They're a full second or so slower than these front two, but Walsh is just on the fastest lap of the race, a 52.863. So has Oscar Walsh had extra cards in his pocket? Has he had a little bit more in reserve to get on terms with Jack Robinson? His top end speed is very, very good as they get to the end of the main straight, as they get to the end of the back straight into Christmas. He's there, and he's there again. Now he forces his way to the inside. Is this the move that gives him the lead? It is indeed. Walsh to the inside. He tries to stick it around the outside. Josie's held him off. Robinson's held him off. He went all the way around the outside into Christmas. A super piece of defensive work. He gave him enough room to make the move, but then shut the door on the way out and said, no, if you're going to find a way past me, you're going to have to force your way past Oscar Walsh. Robinson retains the lead then. They go through the left-hander once more. Can they keep this up? We've got 5 minutes or so left of this. And just be aware of this 3-kart battle behind them, because if these two really fall over each other, it would fall right into the hands of Bailey Wolf, right into the hands of Nat Johnston and Benjamin Baker. Oscar Cole is behind them. Ashton Redpath further back as well. Right then, next time round for these two, this is where Walsh has the advantage. Will he stick it to the inside? No. Robinson defends again. I think he's going to have to be more forceful, and then you obviously run risks when you do that. But I think he's got to force it down the inside into that top corner at Christmas Bend if he's going to make it stick. I think that Robinson, in the same way that Oscar Walsh worked out Robinson in one of the earlier heats, I think now that Robinson has worked out Walsh and where he's attacked from, and in fact, Robinson's had an excellent couple of corners and has just broke the toe a little bit away from Walsh. Walsh all of a sudden is scrambling to stay in touch with the race leader. This is a key moment of the race right here. Robinson now. He put 3/10 into Walsh that last lap. 52.4, fastest lap of the race so far. 52.7 for Walsh. He's going to need a tow, he's going to need a pull up this hill. It does help him, doesn't it? The top line speed that he's got certainly helps him. Now Walsh needs it neat and tidy through Christmas. He needs it neat and tidy through the Asprey hairpin. He needs to be neat and tidy through Parker's, which is where they're about to head now. He has taken a little bit of this gap back, hasn't he? But what we do know is we know that the next stage of the track at Chapman's is where Jack Robinson has been at his best this weekend, and he does take another half a cat length or so. Absolutely key critical, this gap now. It was 0.4 of a second last time. What is it now? Walsh is scrambling, desperately trying to stay in touch with the race leader. He has had his chances. It's up another 10. At the moment, Robinson's winning this battle. It's up another 10. I think Oscar Walsh has got 2 laps here to get back on terms. I think if he doesn't, I think the advantage has gone. I think the race has gone. Walsh has had his chances to make moves stick, hasn't managed to do it. Now Robinson, and again, top end of the circuit, at the top of the circuit, Walsh is quick. Certainly sector 1, Walsh is quick, but from here, this is where Robinson makes his time. Penalty for DRS, or penalty for Bailey Wolf, who's back in 6th place. He was up as high as 3rd at one point, back in 6th. The new 3rd place man is Nat Johnston. Oscar Cole is up into 4th, and Benjamin Baker's lost a couple of places as well, into 5th. Ooh, gap stays the same. They did identical lap times to the 1,000th of a second, the front two. Will that give Walsh a little bit of hope? Will it give him enough to think he can get a little bit closer? It's got to do something really special for one lap to get him back on the bumper of Jack Robinson. The time is under 2 minutes. He's had a good top of the circuit again, hasn't he? He's within 2 kart lengths. A couple of the other drivers making good inroads as well. Ewan Scott's down in 9th place. Oliver Harrison in 8th. Cruz Dalton in 10th. Daxton Groves down in 14th. And Donovan Malek, who's had a good day so far, but he's down in 15th at the moment. Tyler Wilson, who had that issue on the first lap. There's a replay of the battle between the Oscar Cole and Benjamin Baker. Front 2 gap stays the same. In fact, it's a personal best for Oscar Walsh, but the gap was pretty much the same as Jack Robinson did a pretty identical lap time. I'm just looking up towards the front 2, and every time I look to them at the top of the circuit, I think Oscar Walsh is significantly closer, and then by the time they get to the start-finish line, the gap has usually just reverted back to where it was. He's probably going to have 3 more laps at the end of this one. Here's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. 3rd place is Nat Johnston. Then Benjamin Baker, Oscar Cole and Bailey Wolf are all together with Ashton Redpath just behind. Robinson and Walsh are your front two. The gap between them, again, half a second. No quarter given, none taken. They've just crossed start-finish line again, and he's just holding him at arm's length. Jack Robinson just doing enough. He's Jack Robinson. There's your 4th, 5th and 6th drivers. 7th is Aston Redpath. 8th is Oliver Harrison. Now, I don't think the gap is any closer this time round between Robinson and Walsh. It's been an intriguing battle between the two of them. Just got the impression that Robinson had that little touch more, that little bit extra if he needed it. And about 7 or 8 laps in, he turned the screw, got an advantage, and now the gap is bigger. Fastest lap of the race for Jack Robinson, 52.251. And what a time to do it when you're trying to break the toe of Oscar Walsh. And I'll tell you what this will do. It will bring Jack Robinson right back into the championship equation. He didn't have the best of weekends when it came to Clay Pigeon 3 weeks ago. He came in here trying to claw back a 31-point deficit on Oscar Walsh. He will certainly have clawed some of that back. He is heading towards the checkered flag. He has one more corner to go. It's going to be Jack Robinson. One corner through the right-hander at paddock. He'll look down the straight, he'll see a man with a flag, and Jack Robinson wins the grand final. Second place is Oscar Walsh. There's a gap back then to third where Nat Johnston is just coming round the final corner now, and Johnston finishes in 3rd place. He's happy with that, you can tell. 4th place is Benjamin Baker. Oscar Cole is in 5th, and Bailey Wolf finishes in 6th place. the DRS 125s for our penultimate race of the day. We've got the DRS 100 Grand Final to come following this race. We're going to jump onto the front row where we've got probably a really well set up Grand Final here. We'll nip over and speak to the poleman in Tom Snape first. He didn't have the weekend that he would have wanted at Clay Pigeon, that's for sure, but the best remedy for that is obviously to get yourself on the front row with a couple of wins as well. We were just saying, Tom, that Clay Pigeon was probably one to forget for you, but you've made up for it today.
Yeah, definitely. Clay was a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. So, yeah, doing a lot better this round.
And this is quite well set up, isn't it? There's some pace behind you, you'll know about that. That I'm sure we'll be trying to follow you through on the start to try and get into second and put some pressure on. How do you play this? Is it a case of try and let them scrap behind you and you disappear in the distance?
Yeah, I think so. Just head down and go, really.
And talk to us about the championship. Probably a little bit of a very open championship based on the fact that we got some results at Clay that probably people didn't expect. How do you perceive, I know we're only 2 rounds in, but how do you perceive your chances going forward from here?
It's hard to tell at this stage, really, but hopefully I'm clawing quite a few points back this round. So, yeah, we'll have to take a look at it and see where I am, really.
Absolutely, we wish you all the best for the final. We'll just go on to the other side of the front row as well and speak to Tommy Welsh, who's on the outside of the front row. Tommy must be reasonably pleased to be on the front row. That's a good start. How do you? What's your tactics, your strategy for that first corner? Oh, we're gonna leave you to it because the DRS 125s are on schedule and ready to go. So we didn't get a chance to speak to the man alongside Tom Snape on the dummy grid. As we've often said, the ability to keep to schedule is one of the things that make this one of the most well-organised championships in the country, and that is exactly what he wanted to have done though, Tommy Welsh. I'm sure if we'd have got to speak to him, he would have said, I want to get the jump in the first corner, I want to keep Tom Snape behind me, I want to try and lead the race into the first couple of corners. That's exactly what he's done, and he's put Tom Snape on the back foot. Not only put him on the back foot, he's put him into range of Anthony Amato, who we know with all his contact further down the field as well. We've got one off through the right-hander at Ashby. The rest of them stream through, all very, very wild from Amato. He got all kinds of crossed up. He might just come under a little bit of pressure here from the 4th place driver of Firas Bilbezi. Now just watch Bilbezi. We spoke to him earlier on. He knows that there was a little bit of contact further back. Just sort of fell over each other, didn't they? I'm not sure there's much blame to be had from any of that. The one who didn't lose out was Kurt Fordrick. So here are the leaders then. It's still Tommy Welsh, just backing up a little bit, although down the inside, ooh, he had a little look, didn't he, did Snape? He's just backing them up here, and down the inside goes Amato, and he has made it stick into second place. Snape might lose another place. He does lose another place. He might lose another place too. I think it's to Ben Gartside in fifth. There's contact, and the second place driver, Anthony Amato, has spun on the way into the right-hander at the boot. I'd love to see it again. I'm not sure if he just got a little bit hot, did he? Oh, he's just got a little bit hot. He's tried to make a half move. He's almost been dictated to by the speed of Tommy Welsh, who had slowed slightly mid-corner, but there's no blame to Tommy Welsh. It was just one of those where he just fell over him as they went into the corner. They were in such close proximity, and that has put paid to what would have been a real fairy tale story for Anthony Amato, who has been... He's been very good entertainment, hasn't he? He's been very good value in terms of his speed. But as yet, they haven't managed to find a way through. Now then, as all that's been happening, it's played right into the hands of Tommy Welsh, who still leads this race. Cody Eustace has now jumped up into second place. Tom Snape is third. Ferris Bilbase is fourth. This could be absolutely anybody's, this grand final for the DRS 125s. So Welsh it is who leads, but the news that's coming through is that he will receive a penalty for a jump start. So it is anybody's, but Tommy Welsh is probably not going to be the one. He's going to receive a penalty for a jump start. He did get an excellent start. He was ahead. He was certainly ahead of Tom Snape as they went over the line. He got the jump, if you like, and he's being penalised by the officials for that jump start. He won't know that yet as they cross the line, and now it's Cody Eustace in second, Tom Snape is third. Now they won't know either that there's a penalty in play for Tommy Welsh, so they'll still be trying to find a way through as Snape goes to the inside. That's a little bit naughty from Cody Eustace just to try and shut the door in the braking zone. But they've both managed to get through and they drop down the hill. Now Welsh will be scrambling to keep this lead. He'll be desperate to make that DRS car as wide as he possibly can. Eustace will be the aggressor. He'll be the one that wants to try and create an angle, create an opening or an opportunity, and there's a technical defect on 320 of JJ McGing. He's had a busy day, hasn't he, JJ McGing? Let me just try and find out what that is as he comes past us here. Here are the leaders, and Eustace goes to the inside. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. I'm just going to look back for McGing. There he is. Bumper. Chain guard. Okay, so JJ McGing's got a missing or a loose or a broken chain guard, and that will be him in for a technical infringement. Look at them all backing up here. There are 7 karts that are absolutely in. There's some contact a little bit further back. We'll come back to that in a minute. It includes Anthony Amato, who's had a very traumatic day by the looks of things. But there are 7 karts in this battle, all being held up by Tommy Welsh here. We understand that Welsh will receive a penalty at the end of the race, but he's still holding on for dear life here. 7 minutes to go. We're still not even at half distance. It feels like we've had 3 or 4 races for the DRS 125s here. Will he have a look down the inside? This would be perfect for Tom Snape. But again, when it matters, when you need to have the pace in the right places on the racetrack, it looks like Tommy Welsh has just about managed it. Oh, he got very, very sideways, did Welsh, as he went into the right-hander. He hasn't got a great run. He's under some pressure now as he goes to the inside. Does Snape. Doesn't manage to make it stick this time. But yeah, Welsh got very hot into the right-hander at Ashby. And now Snape goes to the inside, won't make it stick again, and now gets all kinds of tangled up to Snape. He's going to come under pressure now from Cody Eustace once more. Look at them, we're just queuing up behind, all wanting to take a shot at this race lead, and that includes Oliver Owen, Ben Gartside, Ferris Bilbase, and Mark Lawrence is there as well. Wow, what a first half. Oh, there's the move. There's the move. It has happened at the top end of the circuit, and Tom Snape has got past Welsh. Now then, they'll all be very keen to get past Welsh very quickly, because what they'll realise is that Snape will disappear in the distance if they let him. Snape then finally got it done on the way into Christmas. There is the move, nicely done as well from Tom Snape. He talked about getting himself back into the championship hunt, even though it's just the second round, keeping the pressure on, getting some points back. And he now leads this race. Snape, Welsh, Eustace, Owen, Gartside, Bill Basie, Lawrence, Rigg, and then Anthony Amato is now 9th. Roberto Moroni is in 10th place. But the top 9 covered by absolutely no distance at all. Tell you what I would say, just have a quick look at where Amato is. He's actually only on the back of this group of gaggle of karts that are all fighting for the lead. I'm not saying that he's going to get anywhere near the front in the remaining 5 minutes or so, but he's got loads of pace, hasn't he? Got loads of pace, and he's closing in a few. If somebody could get on terms with Snape and just slow him up a little bit, he could just drag him back into this race as well. It's been an absolute stunner, this race, with 5 minutes to go here. Snape, Welsh, Eustace, Owen, Gartside, Bill Basie and Lawrence. Tommy Welsh is doing a really good job at backing everybody away from Snape. Somebody has got to get him out the way quickly, because you are watching your chance to win the race disappear, because Welsh has got that very, very wide DRS racing kart, and Eustace is not being able to find a way. If I was Oliver Owen now, I would just dispatch of Eustace. I'd be going past him and saying, right, if you can't get past Welsh, let me have a go. Let me try and do it. So if I was Owen, I'd be forcing this now. I'd be forcing my way past Cody Eustace, taking a risk, because if he doesn't, somebody will. And that's exactly what's just happened, because Gartside has said, you know what, Oliver Owen, if you're not willing to do this, I'll do it. And he's just forced a way past Oliver Owen. It's very, very good work from Ben Gartside. Now he'll set about Welsh and Eustace, and he'll try and find a way past them. Oh, there's contact at the top of the circuit. There's contact between Gartside and I think Oliver Owen. But bear in mind, that's your championship leader. He's got a bumper failure as well. Rear bumper failure, Oliver Owen. Here's the contact. Oh, he did force it, didn't he? He's over-forced it, Oliver Owen. Wasn't quite down the inside. Probably as more of a reactive measure to Ben Gartside's move on him a lap or so earlier. But it hasn't done him any good, and I think that Owen will have a rear bumper defect. I'll see when he comes past now. But I am pretty sure he's got a trailing rear bumper. I don't actually know where he is at the moment. I can't see him come through this time. It might well be a retirement, Oliver Owen, because he hasn't crossed the line to complete this lap. So no change at the front. Snape, who has now a 2.7 second advantage. So the way it's all worked out in the end, even though he was bundled down to 5th or 6th earlier on in the race, he's worked his way right back into contention, right back into the box seat, and right back into the lead of this race with a healthy advantage as well. Snape, Eustace, Welsh, Bill Basie, he may come on strong in the closing stages as well. Lawrence, Amato, Anthony Amato, who has spun in this race, has got up to 2nd, spun, dropped back to the back, now all of a sudden he's back up to 6th again. If you could smooth some of the edges off with him, he would be a little superstar, wouldn't he? Round the right-hander then at Chapman's comes 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Snape is cruising around at the front on his own. Eustace and Welsh. Tommy Welsh would be pleased, I would imagine, with a podium if he can get there. You'd see that as a good result. Shown good pace this weekend. Decent racecraft as well. He's got Firas Bill Basie behind him as well, and Amato's up to 5th. If Anthony Amato could get on the podium here, that would be an incredible, it'd probably be my drive of the day, if I'm honest. And even though he put himself in the position, really, by getting a little bit too close to Tommy Welsh, he's still driven a wonderful recovery drive up into currently 5th place. Firas Bill Basie is his next target. As they head down to complete another lap. So a minute to go. She'll be 3 laps from here. 2nd place, Cody Eustace. 3rd place, Tommy Welsh. Then Bill Basie, then Anthony Amato. That's the battle that we want to see, and this is the one. So Amato then, can he get past Bill Basie? No, Bill Basie covers off the inside. Amato will get right under the rear bumper as they head down into Asprey. Will he have a little dive down the inside? He won't. He considers his options and then sticks in behind. They all dive over the track limits. And then through Chapman's once more. Down the back straight. Where does Amado have a look? And Bill Basie's very experienced, isn't he? He knows how to make that very wide, but what a move that is. Just sold him a little bit of a dummy as they went in and caught him on the hop as they went through the last part of the boot. Super driving from Anthony Amato. There you go. I'm just wondering if he's lost that place again though as they go through. No, I don't think he has. He's held on to 4th place. Right, he's got a lap and a half then to get one of these two. He's probably got a lap and a half to get the hardest man to get on the circuit, which is Tommy Welsh, who is very good at making his car very wide indeed. And in fact, Tommy Welsh is actually not far off Cody Eustace in front of him either. Ben Gartside under investigation. He's been in the wars this weekend as well, hasn't he? Tom Snape still out front, 46.3 last time round, personal best for him. Amato, fastest lap of the race so far, 46.1. Right then. This will be a really interesting last lap. Keep your eyes on the battle for 3rd and 4th, the last podium place between Tommy Welsh and Anthony Amado as they go around the right hand and up the hill. I don't think he'll be close enough to get him to the top of the hill. Will he? No, I don't think he will. It's tough to get away through from here, although he has just shown us how he's got a lovely little move up his sleeve into the boot. But that move last time with these two resulted in Amato having a spin. He's going to have a couple of corners to get this done if he can get on the podium. And it'll be some achievement if he does. Here they are, 3rd and 4th as they go down the inside at Chapman's. No. Last corner then. Last corner, last lap if you fancy it, Anthony. Here they come. I don't think he's close enough. They go through the left hand there. Will he dive down the inside? He has dived on the inside. Can he make it stick? He has made it stick. What a super move. It's a carbon copy of the move that he put on. We are tapping the table here because that is top class. Tom Snape wins the race. Cody Eustace is second. Anthony Amato, unbelievably, with probably the driver of the day, into 3rd place. Tommy Welsh, what a shame. He worked so hard to get himself onto the podium. Didn't quite manage it. 4th place for him. Firoz Bill Basie in 5th. Mark Lawrence in 6th. And Ben Gartside in 7th. So the last race of the day then promises to be an absolute cracker. We've got 2 unbeaten records. One of them, well, at least one of them, will have to go at the end of this race. So Charlie Ratford, fastest in qualifying Group B, won the first heat, won the pre-final, sat on the front row, alongside Tristan Powell, fastest in Group A qualifying, won the first heat, won the pre-final. Can he round off? One of them may round off a perfect weekend. Neither of them might round off a perfect weekend. This will be close, not just between these two, but look at the host of drivers behind who will all have a chance for this DRS 100 final. If you're heading to the kitchen to get something, if you're in an awning and packing away, put down everything, get in front of your TV screen or get to trackside and watch this DRS 100 final. I promise you it will be a cracker. So many drivers with a chance here. So many drivers with enough pace, enough guile, enough experience to get the job done. This is set up to be a cracker. Our last race of the day then, the DRS 100 grand final, 12 minutes plus a lap. And they are currently warming things up. They are currently on their formation lap, getting ready to do battle over 12 minutes. Powell, Ratford, Kochelek, Salarski, Daniel Weir, Bryn Calder, Freddie Cox, Henry Foote, Kai Newman, Liam Karloff, Sherry-Ann Powell, Ethan Critchley, Daniela Sutton. I could argue for any of those drivers, any of those 11 drivers to win races this year. Any of those 11 could win this race. There is a long, long way to go here. And they are very finely matched. The start could be critical. Two drivers with unbeaten records this weekend, Powell and Ratford. They've won their respective group. They've been the class of their field, but all of a sudden, they are all together. Two unbeaten at the front, lots of subplots, lots of drivers who haven't even seen each other on the track so far today. And all of a sudden, the DRS 100s are thrown together in a battle over 12 minutes to see who wins round 2 of the DRS series here at Whilton Mill. Powell and Ratford on the front row. They're quite well spaced out. I'm not sure they'll go this time. They won't go this time. The other thing that they need to be aware of is there's been a couple of false starts today. There's been a couple of jump starts today. So you can't really hedge your bets here, because everything, as people will know, is electronically timed. Everything is scrutinised. They know everything that happens in these four walls. They go around again, the third formation lap, just adding to the tension, isn't it? Adding to the potential drama of the first couple of corners here. Who gets in the first corner first? Ratford or Powell? I would say if we got Powell in the first corner first, that probably sets up for a better race. I think Ratford's become a bit of an expert at getting himself out front and disappearing. I think he's got more pace as well, or certainly from what we've seen so far, I think he's got more pace. Let's see. Powell on the inside. Ratford will try and stick it around the outside, no doubt. They are together. We're waiting for the lights. The lights are on. Oh, that's not the best start. Oh, what do we think of that? So they're all round. Powell's got the jump by an absolute mile, by the way. And whether that's because Ratford wasn't looking or was just slow to react, but Powell certainly got the jump in terms of the rows. Oh, we've got contact. We've got a lot of contact at the back of the field. We're going to have a red flag for an incident at the top end of the circuit, as the drivers will all slow down. Hopefully everybody is okay. There'll obviously be staff over there quickly to make sure, and I can see the driver in question is up on his feet as well. Certainly was up on his feet. There's some medical assistance to the top of the circuit as well, very quickly indeed, and the drivers will all come round and will stop on the start-finish line. It's happened on the first lap, so I would imagine will be a full restart of this DRS 100 final. So the drivers will park up, they'll stop on start-finish, which is where you can see the red flag obviously means an immediate race stop, and the drivers will slow down and they will come to a halt at the right part of the circuit. It looked like there was a spin. We obviously don't want to see a replay, but it looks like there was a spin from Freddie Cox. Don't know if there's some contact that led into that, and then one of the drivers just caught the side of Cox as he was coming back onto the circuit or back into the traffic, and that's what caused the incident. The problem for Freddie Cox is he's got some damage. He's got a lot of rear bumper damage, so I'm not sure what the situation will be with that. He's pushing his cart back to back to where it should be on the grid, because it will be a full restart. So the drivers will all congregate and have a bit of a committee meeting and have a bit of a chat about what's happened and what hasn't happened. So Freddie Cox's car is being pushed back on. It's been pushed to Park Ferme, I think. I'm not sure that Freddie Cox's car is straight. By just watching it be pushed away, it looks like there might be either an engine or a chassis twist or bend. It certainly doesn't look like it's circling in the way that it should do. And he's got significant rear bumper damage as well. So I'm not sure if it's with a full restart that they could do something with that. So the drivers will re-prepare themselves. Obviously, we'll wait for the track to be cleared. Will be certainly a small period of time whilst we get everything in the way it should be. The drivers will have to put themselves back into the original order that they were at the start of the race. If you just joined us, this is the DRS 100 Grand Final. Just a stoppage because of an incident on the first lap involving a couple of drivers on the way out of the Christmas corner. So they'll have to do it all again. So Powell and Ratford just stood by their respective carts at the front of the grid. You can see Solarski is down there as well, just waiting some direction. I think they're just pushing carts backwards so they can get other carts into the right places. A couple of drivers have come over to speak to mechanics and parents and helpers just to get an understanding of what's happened or some last minute advice. So we're just awaiting, obviously we allow the medical team to do what they need to do and take their time, of course.
on ground, it's going to go on this circuit.
He's going to end up coming off like an orange flag. And that's a different problem. Because if you move up, if it wasn't a new race, then I would say no, go on, continuation.
So this is cancelled back to.
Daniel, what's up with it? Daniel.
To be honest, like,
In the ambulance.
So the final race of the day, we will try and get underway once more. If you're just joining us, the DRS 100 final was halted due to an accident on the first lap. The accident involved the 161 of Ben Hoy. Daniel Weir was involved as well. Freddie Cox was involved as well, but Freddie Cox has rejoined with a new back bumper at the back of the field. But certainly there was medical attention for Ben Hoy. I think there may have been some for Daniel Weir as well, and we hope that the pair of them are absolutely fighting fit. So we'll have a full restart. They're lined up on the start-finish line, but there will be a full restart, the full 12 minutes. I think the full 12 minutes. Sam will be on, that's right, yes. 12 minutes plus a lap. So we built it up, and then it got stopped after about 10 seconds of the first attempt. So let's see if we can get through this race. Slightly different grid now, because obviously Freddie Cox was in amongst the first 4 or 5 rows. Now he's gone to the back, so the grid will look different. But no change at the front. It'll be a fight to the first corner between Tristan Powell and Charlie Ratford. They are your front row. So the second formation, they're still really well spread out. They're going to have to slow right down on this back straight to allow them to get formed up correctly. Matt the clerk of the course is over there just to give them a nod and a nudge. And then Andy Cox will bring them under the attention of the starter. And now they are all pretty much there. They'll concertina up, they'll try and jockey for position. The lights are red on the gantry at the moment, but when they come round this corner, all eyes will be on those lights, which are red and are now green, and we are racing here for the final for the DRS 100s. It looks as though Tristan Powell has got the best of the starts as they head up the hill. He has. Ratford is down in second place. Salarski is third. As I look down the inside of Ratford, did he make it stick? I don't think he did. They are the top 3. The rest of them have all got through the first 2 corners, so we're already in a better position than we were a lap or so ago. Salarski goes down the inside of Ratford and takes second place away. So Maximilian Salarski, who won at Clay Pigeon, is now trying to put himself in the box seat to do a double in the first 2 grand finals of the year. He's got Ratford now right behind him to come down the short straight towards the boot. This final complex series of corners that brings them over start finish to start another lap. Really wide, really wide from Tristan Powell. Just needs to be careful about track limits there. He's pushing so hard. And here comes Salarski down the inside at the top of the circuit. Tries to hold him off. Does Powell? He's not going to manage it. And Salarski is the new leader. So then, not really had the pace, has he, Maximilian Salarski, until now. And all of a sudden, he's put a blinding first couple of laps in, and he finds himself at the front of the field. Tristan Powell is in second place. Charlie Ratford is third. Behind them, now into fourth, and here is the move for the lead. Thought about trying to defend it, didn't he, Tristan Powell? And then thought better off it, and now he's got a track limits one as well. That was over start finish at the end of the first lap. Just watch that he doesn't do that too often, or he'll get himself a penalty. James Kochalek is fourth, Henry Foote is fifth, Kai Newman, and Kochalek receives a track limits warning as well. And Salarski a track limits warning. They are pushing so hard out there, and here comes Henry Foote down the inside of Kochalek, and Henry Foote goes down and takes fourth place away, so don't rule him out just yet. Don't rule the 2 behind them out either. The Kai Newman, Brincolder, Sherian Powell as well, I think is up a couple of places. Ahead of them, Brincolder is in 7th, Karbeloff is 8th, Daniel Sutton is up into 9th. Oh, and there's contact further back as well, isn't there? There's contact, and it includes the 154 of Tristan Powell. Powell is bundled out of second place as they came through the right-hander and headed towards the boot. There was contact. And Henry Foote is up to second now. Was the contact between Henry Foote and Tristan Powell. Tristan Powell's recovered into 10th, but all of a sudden, Henry Foote is the man on the move into second place. He's also done the fastest lap of the race so far. Salarski, Foote, Kocelek, Ratford. Just having a look at to see if there's any information about that incident. Oh, there it is. It's between the 8 of Ratford. So it was Ratford and Powell who fell over each other. Henry Foote was just the benefactor. He just jumped up a couple of places and is now breathing down the neck of Maximilian Salarski. Foote now looking to make a move for the lead as they cross the line to complete another lap. A contact warning for the 152 of Ethan Critchley, who's all the way down at the back of the field. So he's been involved in a mid-table skirmish as well, and he's not come off any better for that move. They're all squabbling a little bit further back as well, but expect these to all start to come together and tighten up these distances if they start to battle at the front. Salarski, Foote, Kocelek, 1, 2 and 3. Little gap then back to Charlie Ratford, who's just recovering following that incident with Tristan Powell. Salarski just making himself a little bit wider than he normally would want to, and down the inside goes Kocelek. Doesn't make it stick, but a little bit wide was Henry Foote, and Kocelek had half a look down the inside, didn't he, of the second place driver. Might just fall back into the hands of Charlie Ratford as well. Kai Newman is 4th, Bryn Calder is 6th, Newman 5th, Bryn Calder 6th, Karbeloff 7th, Daniela Sutton is 8th. Track limit warning for Karbeloff as well. So 2 groups of 2 at the moment. Here comes Foote down the inside, and Henry Foote has gone down the inside. He's going to lose it on the way out to the corner, I think. And I think there's contact between 3 of them. There's contact between Foote and Kocelek spins, and he's out of the race, or he'll certainly be in the back of the field. It was Foote who went down the inside of Salarski into the corner. It slowed everybody up. Salarski tried to pinch his way back through. Here it is. Down the inside he goes. Salarski will then try and slingshot past on the inside. Oh, he got too much grip, did Henry Foote. Far too much grip, far too hot into the corner. He actually nearly rolled over, was the amount of mechanical grip that he had. And then comes the contact with Kocelek. I don't think Henry Foote can put his hand up and complain there. I think he was the one that drove into the side of Kocelek on that occasion. Kocelek was already just past him as they went into the corner, even though he was on the outside. Ooh, that might take someone picking. Right then, now it all changes again. So Salarski retakes the lead. Ratford is up into 2nd. Henry Foote probably a little bit wounded, but up into 3rd. And Henry Foote is now under investigation. Just as I suggested, Henry Foote will probably receive some sort of, he may receive some sort of penalty for those moves on the previous lap. Certainly for dispatching of Kocelek further down this field. Ratford, new fastest lap of the race. We told you it would be a good final, didn't we? We told you it would be decent, and it's living up to the billing so far. Salarski, Ratford, Foote, Calder, Newman, Sutton up to 6th at the moment. Daniela Sutton flying along. She's got, who's behind Daniela Sutton at the moment? It looks to be Sherry-Ann Powell behind her in 7th place. Tristan Powell is starting to recover into 8th. What about Freddie Cox up into 9th place from the back of the field? Freddie Cox is flying through at the moment. He's got a lot of work to do, but he's certainly making huge inroads. His next target is Tristan Powell, who himself is a bit of a wounded animal, back in 8th place. Salarski then, still leading this race, holding Ratford at bay just about. Kai Newman is now the fastest man on the circuit in 5th place. And Bryn Calder in 4th is just edging towards this front group of 3. This is still on for an awful lot of these drivers. If I was still looking back even towards Freddie Cox, I'd be thinking if these lot fall over each other, which they could well do as Henry Foote goes down the inside of Ratford and gives him a little wave, and here comes Calder down the inside of Ratford again. Can he make that stick? Yes, he can, and Bryn Calder is up into 3rd place. What a super result a podium would be. He was the benefactor, wasn't he? Here comes the move from Foote on Ratford. Very late on the brakes, but he made it stick, and to be fair to Charlie Ratford, he gave him the room and the space that he needed. And then there is the move up from Bryn Calder on Charlie Ratford, and to be fair again, Charlie Ratford gave him enough room to get the move done. So Henry Foote he's probably the paciest and the raciest of the front couple. He's now chasing down Maximilian Salarski, who has had a couple of laps of respite, hasn't he? That while they were falling over behind themselves, he could just cruise along a little bit. All of a sudden he's got Foot behind him, and he's got to be very, very careful here. Salarski and Foot. Lots of encouragement for these young drivers, both around this Whilton Mill circuit and online on social media. Sherry-Ann Powell is up into 5th. Oh, she couldn't have a real late run again, could she? She's been a master at coming right into contention at the end of races. She's got a lot of work, and here's a battle for the lead then. Foot. Henry Foot just probably needs to calm down a little bit. He's involved in a little bit of everything. He needs a couple of clean moves, doesn't he? He's already on the radar of all the officials. He's a little bit over exuberant sometimes. He needs to stick a move which is fairly safe. The next one. He's probably on one of his last warnings, if not already in a little bit of trouble. Salarski, Foot, Calder. What's bring Calder here? He could win this race, no doubt about it. Got the bit between his teeth as well. There's a gap back then to Sherry-Ann Powell. The gap's 2.5 seconds. What sort of lap times is Powell doing? She's doing 3's half a second. Sherry-Ann Powell's taking half a second out of the front two. They come across a back marker as well. And there's a yellow flag about to arrive at post 6. It is all happening here. There's a really unfortunately parked cart on the exit of the left-hander at Chapman's, the right-hander at Chapman's, sorry. Oh, we're full course yellow. Oh, now then. Sherry-Ann Powell's eyes are just lit up because the gap between Sherry-Ann Powell, 5th and 4th place battle for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Oh, we're red. We've gone red. Now then. So, first of all, Sherry-Ann Powell would have been the major benefactor there. She would have cruised on the back of Charlie Ratford with a bit of pace as well, and would have been right in the box seat. As things have now gone red, and we've got 2 minutes and 11 seconds to go, I will try and get some information here. The old school way would be that at 75% we would call it a result. That may not be the way now. That is just me talking about the old school way. So we will wait and see. It's so we can get some medical attention to one of the drivers that was parked on the exit of Chapman's, which was that left-hander I was talking about just earlier on. Oh, we'd love to see a 2-minute shootout for this, wouldn't we? I don't know if we will, but we would love to see a 2-minute shootout. My suggestion is that we won't. My suggestion is that may be called a result at that point, which will go right into the hands of Maximilian Salarski, of course, because he was leading the race. But to be fair to him, he's done some work to get out front, and while everybody else fell over each other and scrapped and squabbled, he kept himself cool, calm and composed. And if that is a result, it will be a double of the first 2 grand finals for Maximilian Salarski. Henry Foot did pretty much absolutely everything he could to prevent that happening. Bryn Calder was looking ever so dangerous in 3rd place as well, with lots of pace behind him. Charlie Ratford was had an eventful last race. Sherry-Ann Powell will be gutted because she was coming on very strong at the end of this race. Behind her was the 155 of Kai Newman. Freddie Cox as well. What a drive from Freddie Cox. We talked about a couple of drives of the day, coming from last in a competitive race like this with so many top performers and getting through to 7th with, he probably had 5 laps left. And that if the full course yellow had stayed out, Freddie Cox would have been right there as well, maybe for a podium. So many subplots. My guess, my educated guess, is that we will not continue this race. I think they will roll it back a lap to the last completed lap, and that will be deemed as a result. That is what I think. But I'd love it if we did 2 minutes and 11 seconds of this. I'd absolutely love it, because it'd be a cracker. But the rules are the rules, so we will see. Well, there's a discussion at the moment between Matt the clerk of the course and Andy Cox down there at start-finish. What happens now? We're all looking for that piece of information. result. Oh, we're waiting. So Maximilian Salaski's putting his gloves back on. Maximilian Salaski knows everything. We don't know anything. They're going in. No, they're going in. So Maximilian Salaski, or according to Maximilian Salaski, they are going in. I think he's been told by the officials that they are going to circulate and they are going to go around and they are going to go into Parc Fermé. And that result will be confirmed. A super result as well for Maximilian Salaski. He did all his work early on. He put himself, and that's what happens sometimes in motor racing. You put yourself at the front, you give yourself the best chance. When incidents happen, you're there or thereabouts. What a super result for Henry Foote, second place. A fantastic result for Bryn Calder. Very well deserved podium as well. Charlie Ratford will be disappointed, I'm sure. I'm sure Sherry Ann will be disappointed as well that she didn't get a go at some of the boys in front in the closing stages. Looking really pacey towards the end there, as she often does in these grand finals, it has to be said. Saves her best till last. Wow, what a race. What a race. We'll give you a classified rundown now, obviously subject to the fact that I think it'll go back a lap. I think the result will go back a lap anyway, so what I'm going to tell you might not be true at all. But I'm pretty sure that Maximilian Salaski will be classified as the winner, the provisional winner. And that's what we're seeing on our screen at the moment. Henry Foote, I think, will come through in second. Although, if it goes back a lap, Charlie Ratford might be promoted, because I think the move between Calder and Foote and Ratford was a lap ago. So that'll be an interesting one to have a look at. Okay, so we think that might be the provisional result. Henry Foote in second, Bryn Calder in third, Charlie Ratford in fourth, Sherry-Ann Powell in fifth, Kai Newman in sixth, Daniela Sutton, super drive, super weekend for her, in seventh place. Freddie Cox, great result from the back of the grid. Sam Halley-Hinksman was in ninth and Liam Karbeloff was in 10th. They've all just changed, but I know that isn't right. So, interesting stuff. What a race. What a race. And what a shame that we didn't see the last 2 minutes and 11 seconds, which I'm sure would have lived up to the billing as well. But that's what we've been used to, isn't it? We've been used to high drama, top quality action, and the DRS 100s, along with the DRS 125s and the DRS 62s, have all played their part this weekend in a stunning second round to the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So from here at Whilton Mill, we will head to Wales. Is that right? We will head to GYG in Wales, which is another fast-flowing circuit. And the event that is the Daniel Ricciardo Series will head to Wales in a few weeks' time. We'll head there with some new championship points, with some new championship leaders, no doubt, in some of the classes as well. And we will, of course, be live on YouTube, and our Facebook page will be live for those who want to come and take in some of the action at Glanigors in Wales. The date for that is the 25th and 26th, the main event being the 26th, Sunday the 26th of June. So we've got the best part of a month or so before we return to action with the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We'll be back for the trophy presentation in around 20 minutes time. But from me and everybody here as part of the Daniel Ricciardo Series team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Whilton Mill. We will start after an excellent day's racing with the B final for the DRS 100s. The B final winner today was number 146, Aaron Mensah. On to our DRS 125s, and our Grand Master for round 2 is the DRS player Firas Bilbezi. And today's DRS 125 top 3 in 3rd place, and what an eventful day he's had as well, but a super drive to come back on the recovery onto the podium for the 317 of Anthony Amato. Second place, the number 314 of Cody Eustace. And today's winner, after one of the most eventful DRS 125 finals I think I can remember having here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Today's winner, number 4, Tom Snape. Ladies and gentlemen, the DRS 125 top 3. And finally, for the DRS 125s, our rookie of the day goes to number 324, Roberto Menoni. On to the DRS 100s then, our junior class, and today's top rookie in 14th place was number 114, Archie Potter. And another outstanding DRS 100 final, which had just about everything, and what a shame it was cut short and we were starved of the 2 minutes and 11 second shootout at the end there. But nonetheless, a super race for everybody to watch. In 3rd place, number 8, Charlie Ratford. In 2nd place, another super drive from number 7, Bryn Calder. And it's a 2nd grand final win on the bounce for number 3, Maximilian Solarski. Put your hands together for the DRS 100 top 3. Our DRS 62 Academy top 3 in 3rd place, number 64, Cruz Dalton. In second place, 8th overall for the DRA plate, Bailey Wolf. Not here.
Sorry?
Not here. And today's winner, 6th place overall for the 105, the Academy champion for round 2, is Ashton Redpath. Well done, boys. And finally, our DRS 62 Super Grand Final top 3. In 3rd place, number 5, Nat Johnston. In 2nd place, number 3, Oscar Walsh. And today's winner just did enough at the key times and the key moments of the grand final, the DRS plate of Jack Robinson. Our DRS DRS 62, top 3 everybody. And that's it from us here at round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We'll be back in a month's time when we travel to Wales, to Glanigors for round 3. We'll see you there.